Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We kindly ask you to take your seats at the hall because our event is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, we kindly ask you to take your seats at the main conference hall because our event is about to begin in a couple of minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, on this special day, we had the privilege of beginning with a performance by a student from the Čiurlionis School of Arts. And through her presentation, we experienced the creativity and legacy of the legendary Lithuanian artist and composer. We heard Giedrius Kuprevičius prelude in memory of Čiurlionis, and once again, let's share a round of applause to Maria Adelė Mickūnaitė, violin, her teacher Inga Gilytė, and she was accompanied by keyboard Aleksandras Vizbaras. Čiurlionis was a remarkable Lithuanian composer and painter, widely recognized around the world. This year we commemorate 150th anniversary of his birth. And why is this performance so fitting for the theme of the Green Capital? Because Čiurlionis' works in both music and painting are deeply intertwined with the relationship between humans and nature, capturing the beauty and majesty of the natural world. The essence of the Green Capital is precisely about harmonizing human activity with nature, reminding us to cherish and preserve it in our daily lives. And with these words, we welcome you to the very special and historically significant event, the official opening ceremony of Vilnius European Green Capital 2025. The European Commission's Green Capital Award is the result of an initiative taken by 15 European cities on 15th of May 2006 in Tallinn, Estonia. Vilnius was one of these 15 cities, and after 17 years was selected as the 16th winner of the European Green Capital. The Lithuanian capital was elected as the European Green Capital 2025 for its strong commitment to sustainability while having a realistic and down-to-earth approach. Vilnius' motto for European Green Capital title year is Vilnius, the greenest city in the making. And this shows our sincerity and openness that we are not the greenest, but we follow this path. We make decisions not only to create a more sustainable city, but also to create a friendly, attractive, and quality city for its citizens. Today we have gathered here not only to celebrate the city of Vilnius, but also to share our common commitment to building a more sustainable, greener, and more harmonious future. So thank you for being here today, and I wish you all meaningful, inspiring, and enriching day. And now I invite to the stage the Mayor of Vilnius, Mr. Valdas Benkunskas, to open the event and give a speech of welcome. Please welcome.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear guests, dear friends, it's a great honor and pleasure for me to welcome you in the city of Vilnius, the European Green Capital 2025. While at this time of the year Vilnius might not seem extremely green, I can assure you that very soon the city will turn green. And I'm talking not only about the colors of nature, but also with the ideas we are bringing to life together. I believe that being green, firstly, is about responsible choices that guide us in planning city's future, developing organizations, or, mostly important, making decisions in everyday lives. By embracing the title of Green Capital, we accept not only the honor, but also the responsibility to lead by example and begin by changing ourselves as a city, as an organization, as a community. And I am certain that each of you here today is a part of this transformation, creating a greener and more responsible world. So I wish you all a meaningful time in Vilnius and the inspiration to drive changes. Thank you very much.
Mayor of Vilnius, Mr. Valdas Benkunskas. Ladies and gentlemen, we also today have a video greetings from Jessica Roswell, European Commissioner for Environment, Water Resilience, and a Competitive Circular Economy. So your attention to the screen now.
Ladies and gentlemen, today we're crowning Vilnius as the new European Green Capital. We applaud your plan to become climate neutral by 2030. Your active engagement with residents is inspiring. You have created over 200 kilometers of new bike lanes and planted over 100,000 trees. This will not only reduce pollution, it will also drastically improve your residents' quality of life. And Lithuania's pragmatic approach to sustainability and solidarity extends beyond your borders. Your support to Ukrainian cities in these times of adversity has been unwavering. I also want to extend my congratulations to our Green Leaf winner this year, Treviso and Vilnius. European cities are the heart of creativity, innovation and progress. You play a crucial role in creating more livable and resilient neighborhoods. And just like Europe itself, European green cities are united in diversity, working closely together to inspire others. I'm very proud that our Green City Network, the 100 climate neutral city missions, and the Green City Accord are all driving change at the local level. It is therefore a great pleasure to see previous Green City winners here today. My special congratulations go to Valencia for a very successful year as European Green Capital, despite the tragic flood that struck your region just a few months ago. I also want to thank Elsinore and Velenge for their achievements as Green Leaf winners. In a world of uncertainty, Europe must choose to stick together and dare to think and act big. Let's cherish the Europe we built together whilst striving for more. More livable and resilient cities, more innovation and more solidarity. Cities are at the forefront of transformative change. We need you to make the Green Deal happen on the ground. And Vilnius is leading the way.
Many thanks to Commissioner. And now please welcome to the stage Patrick Child, Deputy Director General for Environment at European Commission.
So, Mr. Mayor, Minister, ladies and gentlemen, what a wonderful occasion. There's so much to say, and of course a lot will be said before we end this ceremony. But of course, I'd like to start by congratulating Vilnius on their achievement of becoming European Green Capital in 2025, to thank Valencia for an amazing performance last year, notwithstanding the awful floods that they faced in the autumn, and really happy that Antonio Garcia, representing the city, is here with us today to bring the famous European Green Capital Green Book, which each city completes a page, and I'm looking forward also in future, of course, to seeing Vilnius's contribution to this important work. And it's a real pleasure to see so many familiar faces from the city's community, and in particular for all of you who have been past, present, or future members of the Green Capital and the Green Leaf Club. So in addressing you today, I want to touch on one important question. So, why Vilnius? Many people have approached me with this question, some expressing surprise. Indeed, I recall very vividly the ceremony that we had where we awarded Vilnius with this honor, where even some of the delegation were not entirely expecting this result. And it's also been a question that has come to me in the conversations that I've had in Vilnius in the last few days during my visit. And so my answer is this. The European Green Capital is about two things. It is firstly about rewarding achievement, progress on things like air quality, clean water, waste management, beautiful green spaces. And it's wonderful to have in this room so many symbols of the policies of Vilnius, the bicycles, the benches, the bees, which I'm told are sleeping. I'm just sorry that there wasn't space in the room to bring one of the beautiful city buses, which is, as you know, advertising the Green Capital this year. But the second thing that the Green Capital is all about, it's about supporting ambition and accelerating progress. And that's why we were so attracted by the slogan, Vilnius, a green city in the making. And it's through your participation in the Green Capital program that we hope to support and accelerate the work you're doing towards your ambitious climate and environmental goals. And so what will the Being Green Capital bring for Vilnius? And here I have three things. First, I hope that Being Green Capital brings a positive message of hope in difficult times. In the last days, we've all been pondering the uncertainties of the incoming Trump administration and are still very directly affected by the continuing conflict on your doorstep in the Ukraine. And I hope that Being European Green Capital can inject a sense of optimism about our collective investment in future environmental security. Secondly, I hope that Being European Green Capital can bring a sense of purpose and leadership. I think Mayor Ben Kutskas, the inspiring remarks you've shared with us just a moment ago, confirm your determination to work with us to help deliver your goals, but also to be a sort of source of leadership, inspiration for other cities in Lithuania and beyond. And thirdly, I hope that Being European Green Capital will bring even better quality of life for your citizens. Air quality, water, nature, but also successful circular business models that can contribute to our growth, jobs, and competitiveness. So I personally, and all the team working with me in the European Commission, we're looking forward to working with you in the year ahead on the exciting program that you've been developing with important milestones like the next annual conference of the European Mission on 100 Climate Neutral and Smart Cities, which we're going to hold in the first week of May, and another important European rendezvous around the topic of clean mobility in September. But above all, Being European Green City is a source of mobilization, motivation, and enthusiasm of all of the population, the citizens of Vilnius. And I'm really hoping that with all the exciting activities that the city is developing, that we will see a real step change towards Vilnius becoming a truly green city, not just in the making, but in reality. Thank you all for your attention.
Many thanks to Mr. Patrick Child. Thank you so much, Deputy Director General for Environment at European Commission. And now please welcome to the stage Mr. Marius Vaščega, Head of European Commission representation in Lithuania.
Dear Mayor Ben Kunskas, dear mayors, dear ministers, members of parliament, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it's a great honor to congratulate Vilnius in this wonderful venue for becoming the European Green Capital 2025. This is a big achievement for Vilnius. This is a big achievement for Lithuania. The city which receives the award experiences a boost in its international profile, new alliances, and various new possibilities. The motto of Vilnius for this green capital year is Vilnius, the greenest city in the making. This very simple but also very strong slogan is a very future-driven approach that allows us to become better. So today Vilnius takes on a new responsibility of driving progress forward and leading fellow Europeans by example. And we need that example now. Despite all the challenges we face, security threats, geopolitical tensions, which we feel in this region in particular, we always need a positive agenda, an inspiration, a bright vision. Nature, green areas, renewable homemade energy, green initiatives, they are our bright vision. As President von der Leyen said in Davos Forum yesterday, the Paris Climate Agreement continues to be the best hope of all humanity. So Europe will stay on course and keep working with all the nations that want to protect nature and stop global warming. Cities are the best places where we can really make the most visible difference in a relatively short time span for nature, but also for the comfort of our citizens, because greener transport is also more silent, because citizens in nature-conscious cities are also healthier, because embracing sustainability also creates new jobs. Vilnius is a good place to make that change. Not a huge city, not overcrowded, surrounded by beautiful forests, with a river in the city center, and yet with its own unique challenges, which I hope will be overcome by the greenest city in the making. So in the coming days and also in the coming year, as you partake in a series of sustainability workshops, seminars, discussions, remember that you are the future of Europe and that every step we take is also a step towards Europe as the first climate-neutral continent on Earth in the making. Congratulations once again, and thank you.
Many thanks to Marius Vaščega, Head of European Commission representation in Lithuania. Now let's hear from the Office of the President of the Republic of Lithuania, and for that I invite Ramūnas Dilba, Chief Advisor to the President of the Republic of Lithuania. Please welcome.
Thank you very much. It seems that green color becomes Lithuanian national color. And well, dear ministers, mayor, deputy director, and all distinguished guests, it's a really great honor to make a welcome speech in this great event. Congratulations to Vilnius municipality, all institutions, organizations, and all the residents. This is a well-deserved award, and it is a very great evaluation of efforts and results achieved in a green agenda. Also, this award, of course, brings commitment and responsibility in this field. Climate change and green agenda are at the priority for the President of the Republic of Lithuania. And what emphasized His Excellency in all speeches and most speeches and all events is that only by uniting and collaborating we can create Lithuania whose values embrace green ideas. For the 6 consecutive years, the President has been encouraging communities and organizations to join the Green Lithuania initiatives. We see that these joint initiatives promote eco-friendly, sustainable, and harmonious actions and lifestyles. Most importantly, only by uniting our efforts, we can accomplish truly significant and vital tasks for ourselves and our environment. After all, a green and clean Lithuania is a great value for everyone. Especially we welcome ambition to become climate neutral city until 2030. However, this is very important that green agenda should not become a policy for rich people, but all residents would benefit from it, and most important, that these policies would be not only attractive, but affordable and accessible to all residents, especially in the field of sustainable transport infrastructure, and last but not least, adaptation. All infrastructure should be adapted to disabled person. There is much to do to achieve these goals. Change is very difficult when it comes to changing behavior and habits. So we wish you all the best achieving these ambitious goals, and thank you for your attention.
Many thanks to Ramūnas Dilba, Chief Advisor to the President of the Republic of Lithuania. And now I welcome to the stage Mr. Povilas Poderskis, Minister of Environment of the Republic of Lithuania.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests, former colleagues, present colleagues, Mayor, I would like to express my honor about welcoming you to the Green City, Vilnius Green City Capital Award. And, you know, green agenda and green course is getting a lot of negative criticism lately, associating it with tougher bureaucracy, higher regulation, and burdens that is not the burden that is too heavy for us to bear. I would like to invite all of us to change this and to associate it with the goals that it is actually opting for, which is clean air, clean water, livable environment, and cities are in the forefront of this change, and it needs to communicate these values that we're looking for. And the agenda that is soon to come is the resilience to the climate change that we need to build. Currently, cities are not ready for what's to come, and I think that the transformation that we are facing now will be accelerated, and we will need to do even more to sustain it. And this will need all of us to cooperate and to reach the targets that are set for us. And that is all, and thank you, and very happy to be welcoming you in this Vilnius European Green Capital Award. And I think Vilnius does deserve it, and the path forward will be accelerated and will be the best.
Mr. Povilas Poderskis, Minister of Environment of the Republic of Lithuania. And now, ladies and gentlemen, the time has come for the letter of intent signing ceremony. And for that, I invite to the stage Mr. Patrick Child, Deputy Director General for Environment at European Commission, and Mr. Valdas Benkunskas, Mayor of Vilnius. Ladies and gentlemen, our applauses will help they sign the letter.
Mine doesn't work, so we use the same.
European Commission always here to help. Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, thank you very much for this very, very concrete confirmation of all the activities that we're going to work on together in future. It's a really powerful commitment on behalf of the whole of the city of Vilnius, and we are really very excited by the opportunities that it offers. And of all we've heard today, I'm personally very optimistic that as we navigate challenging and difficult times, the green agenda has the capacity to mobilize and excite people, and I'm sure that as European Green Capital, you're going to show that leadership very effectively. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, the commitment is officially signed, and don't forget, Mr. Patrick, that green business is expensive one, so please send us money. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, don't go just yet, because we have yet another ceremony, and I thank Mr. Patrick Child. And now it is time for the Green Book handover ceremony, and for that I invite Carlos Mundina, Chancellor responsible for climate improvement and integral water cycle, City of Valencia, European Green Capital 2024.
Good morning, everyone. Voy a hablar en español porque mi inglés no es bueno y me va a acompañar Carmen para traducir.
Hello, so good morning, everyone. I'm going to speak in English, but I will translate. Okay.
Hemos entregado hoy este libro verde a Vilnius, en el que recogemos todos los paisajes de la ciudad de Valencia. En el norte, la huerta con un sistema de regadío protegido por la UNESCO, el mar Mediterráneo al este, y en el sur, el Parque Natural de la Albufera, un ecosistema único en el que conviven la agricultura, la pesca y el turismo sostenible.
Today, we give this green book to Vilnius, and we have included in the book a work of art that represents all of Valencia. It represents the city, but it also represents the Mediterranean Sea to the east, the Albufera Natural Park to the north, that is a biosphere reserve, and that combines different ecosystems. It combines agriculture, gastronomy, and other ecosystems, and that we're currently trying to declare this ecosystem a reserve of the biosphere.
En el libro se recogen las texturas y los olores de Valencia. Hay una semilla del cultivo del arroz y una semilla de cultivo del naranjo. Nuestras frutas y verduras más reconocidas a nivel mundial.
In the book, we recollect all the textures of Valencia. Also, we have in the book, we have included a sheet of an orange tree and also of rice, which are two of the main gastronomy items that we have in Valencia. So it's not only a work of art and static works of art, but it's also sensorial, as it includes also some smells that are characteristic of Valencia, like the orange tree and the jasmine.
En nombre de la alcaldesa de Valencia, María José Catalá, que hoy no ha podido asistir a esta ceremonia porque en Valencia hoy es el patrón, San Vicente, quiero, alcalde de Vilnius, Valdas Benkuskas, la enhorabuena y la felicitación de parte de la alcaldesa.
On behalf of our mayor, María José Catalá, who couldn't be here today, because today in Valencia, the 22nd of January, is the celebration of our patron saint, Saint Vincent, in the name of María José Catalá, I want to congratulate you for receiving this award and saying hello from her.
Quiero trasladarle en nombre de nuestra alcaldesa el entusiasmo y el apoyo a la alcaldía de Vilnius y nuestra colaboración y disposición a transmitir y trasladar todas las experiencias que el año pasado Valencia ha tenido como capital verde del 2024.
On behalf of her name, of María José Catalá, I want to, apart from congratulating you, I want to share all of our experience, everything that we learned in Valencia this year with all of our excitement.
Les puedo asegurar que para Valencia ha sido un orgullo ser capital verde europea 2024 y una de las fortalezas de la Unión Europea es la capacidad de unir a ciudades tan distintas como Vilnius en el norte, en el Báltico, o Valencia en el sur, en el Mediterráneo, para trabajar conjuntamente.
I can assure you that it's been a great pleasure to have been a European Green Capital in 2024. And that's actually one of the strengths that Europe has, how different cities such as Vilnius, which is in the north of Europe, and Valencia, which is in the south, can join forces and work together towards climate change mitigation and also to tackle all the challenges of climate change.
El año pasado para Valencia ha sido un gran año. Hemos podido mostrarle al mundo nuestro compromiso con la mejora climática y la transición energética. También hemos avanzado en la estrategia de sostenibilidad urbana e implementado acciones para la mitigación y la adaptación al cambio climático.
It's been a great year for Valencia in 2024 as we have proved the world our commitment in improving energy efficiency, in adapting to the energy transition, and in general to also improve our urban sustainability model.
Sé que hoy es el día grande para Vilnius, es un día de celebración, pero me van a permitir que haga una breve reconocimiento a la tragedia que vivimos en la ciudad de Valencia el 29 de octubre. Una dana que dejó más de 220 muertos, que arrasó con ciudades, arrasó con casas, con cultivos y con muchas actividades de los valencianos.
I know that today is a celebration for Vilnius, but I also want to say some words regarding the traffic flood that we suffered in October 2024, a flood that unfortunately took the life of 200 people and also caused major destruction in the infrastructure, the houses, the businesses of millions of people from Valencia.
Fenómenos meteorológicos como el que vivimos cada vez se van a producir con más frecuencia, lluvias torrenciales, altas temperaturas, sequías, y esto no lo podemos afrontar las ciudades solamente. Necesitamos la unión para afrontar estos desafíos y juntos podremos combatirlos de forma más eficaz.
These meteorological events will continue happening. Meteorological change such as torrential rains, heat waves, high temperatures are phenomena that are going to happen, and we cannot face these challenges alone, not a country alone, not a city alone. So that's why we need all to join hands and work towards the adaptation to these events.
Valencia ha terminado de ser el año pasado capital verde europea, pero no abandona su compromiso con el respeto del medio ambiente y con los retos del cambio climático. Y estamos absolutamente convencidos que Vilnius va a realizar un gran trabajo, un excelente trabajo este año de Capitalidad Verde 2025.
Valencia is not longer European Green Capital. However, we want to say that we still have compromise, and we are not going to forget our compromise towards a greener future. And we are sure that Vilnius will continue working towards this goal, and we'll do an excellent job this year.
Termino ya, y así que, señor Benkuskas, alcalde de Vilnius, ponemos a su disposición toda la experiencia de Valencia. Le damos la enhorabuena por este reconocimiento y muchas gracias por su trabajo.
dear Mayor, we offer you all of our experience, and we congratulate you again on receiving this magnificent award. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias to Carlos Mundina. Thank you so much. And ladies and gentlemen, after a letter of intent signing ceremony and Green Book handover ceremony, now it's official. Vilnius European Green Capital 2025.
Thank you very much, the city of Valencia. I can confirm that the note and the book are made by unique technique, and it looks not very well, but also smells very well. Not only looks very well, but smells also very well. So it will be the tough task to us how to make our marks. So thank you very much, and we hope that we will stay in touch for the rest of our life. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And without any further ado, Mr. Mayor, I will ask you to stay on the stage because now it is time for your presentation, Green City in the Making, the case of Vilnius. Mr. Valdas Benkunskas, Mayor of Vilnius.
So, dear friends, once again, welcome to Vilnius. And as you may know, the city of Vilnius has a rich and vibrant history spanning 702 years. And in just 3 days, we will celebrate our birthday, but not only. We also celebrate our milestone, achieving and being named the Green Capital of Europe. And this honor is shared with 600,000 dwellers we have here in Vilnius. Nevertheless, we like to stay humble. So we are not calling ourselves the greatest city just yet. But we are on the path, proudly becoming the greenest city in the making. And that's the story I want to share with you today. So to set the stage, let's see a short video.
Capital city, nestled among lush Lithuanian forests. It's pretty green, but it's not the greenest city yet. I say yet because no other city can match our ambition to be better, cleaner, greener. And it's not just me saying it. Because Vilnius isn't just a city. It's a community of determined individuals planting the seeds of change. So let us tell you more about Vilnius, the greenest city in the making.
Well, I don't know how about you, but I miss already summer very much, especially in the middle of the January. However, many people, as Mr. Patrick said today, may ask, what is so special about Vilnius that this city won the title of Green Capital? And the recipe for success of Vilnius is straightforward. A systemic approach to driving green transformation at every level of city life. From protecting biodiversity to striving for climate neutrality and finding smarter ways of doing things where prefer sustainability without compromising quality of life. Our policies aim to ensure that Vilnius remains a great place to live for people of all ages and neighborhoods. So now let's dive into more details. For us, becoming a greener city starts with leading transformative change. Let's look for the most important and impactful initiative made very good impression to the European Commission. The city heart is public spaces, and our streets are the most essential among them. Actually, we are working very hard to create a better balance in how we move around the city. By 2030, we aim for 30% of trips to be made by public transport, walking, and with additional 8% by bike. And we already made a good progress on that. For example, in just 8 years, our cycling network was grown from 30 kilometers to 170 kilometers, leading to a 300% increase in ridership. Vilnius is also a leader in shared mobility. We offer multiple micromobility options, and healthy competition in car sharing help us to achieve one of the highest per capita car sharing rates in the region. And last but not least, through better street design co-created with our citizens, we are transforming our streets into more livable places. Public transport is a backbone of our mobility system, and we are improving it every day. Over the past 7 years, we have renewed most of the fleet with more than 460 new vehicles, and we are now in the final stage of upgrading trolley buses that can also operate as electric buses. We're also expanding bus lines to providing faster, more reliable services and increasing frequency by 50%. Making public transport, our goal is to make more appealing for people to choose over private cars. So our goal is to achieve a CO2 emission neutral by 2030, and with at least 60% of electric vehicles and 40% powered by alternative fuels. So we are also to be testing first 60 hydrogen buses in near future. City energy system is particularly important to us, not only for the climate perspective, but also as a tool for energy independence. A decade ago, our district heating system relied basically on Russian gas. Today, natural gas accounts for less than 15% of our heating needs, and only during the coldest winter days. Most of our centralized heating and hot water now come from biomass and renewable energy sources. Within the next 5 years, we aim to achieve carbon-neutral heating and complete independence from fossil fuel. Moreover, we are also innovating for the future by testing district cooling system technologies and exploring green hydrogen production. Clean, safe drinking water is one of nature's greatest gifts to Vilnius. To enhance access, we have installed dozens of public water stations, which have become popular gathering spots during the hot summer days or months or weeks. So a new surface storage and treatment facility not only handles heavy rains, but also has been transformed into a beautiful park, as you can see in that picture. This facility helps manage the overflow from the almost tropical showers, allowing the water to be treated and cleaned and gradually return to the nature, our river Neris. Additionally, to combat urban heat and improve rainwater management, we're planting thousands of trees and bushes at street level, making our streets not only greener, but also more functional. Now let's talk about biodiversity, another essential priority for us. With nearly 2/3 of Vilnius covered in green spaces, nature is integral to our city's identity. So we are really strive to preserve and enhance that. For example, our newest Green Index initiative ensures new developments respect and enhance natural spaces. From protecting bat colonies and salmon migration routes to sustainable mowing practice that preserve habitats, we're taking action to enrich biodiversity. To be honest, in Vilnius, you can wake up to birdsong, and that intent we keep that way. Becoming the greenest city quite literally means planting thousands of trees, bushes, and vines, especially at the street level. And our self-seed trees, we save them to grow, and it's a simple and effective approach that works beautifully. Even more important, community involvement has been extraordinary here. Even every spring and autumn, residents come together to plant even more generally, demonstrating the incredible power of collective action to create better and greener city. For us, climate change isn't just a goal, it's a necessity to ensure Vilnius remains a great place to live for generations to come. So we have been busy preparing important strategies over past years. One of the most significant achievements, supported by both administrative and political consensus, has been the creation of the Climate City Contract as a part of the EU City Mission. Our goal is clear: to reduce greenhouse gas emission and achieve climate neutrality by 2030. Moreover, we're also developing comprehensive adaptation and mitigation plans. This includes measures to tackle challenges like heat waves and potential floods, ensuring that Vilnius remains resilient in the face of climate change. You may ask how we do make this work, and the answer is simple: through smarter, more sustainable governance. Transparency is a key principle in Vilnius. Almost every aspect of city life and our work is open to public, with hundreds of layers of information available online. We rely on precise data from various sources to make informed and data-driven decisions. We're also committed to tracking our progress with sustainability. By adopting internationally recognized standards like the ISO for Sustainable Cities, we aim to benchmark and improve our performance. For residents, accessibility is just as important. With nearly 300 online services, our dwellers can handle almost everything, from permits to public acquisitions, right from their devices. Involving citizens is a challenging task, but it's also one of the most rewarding. From open budgets to the co-creation street design or managing parking solutions at the neighborhood level, there is a growing sense of collaboration between the city and its people. One of the highlights of this year is the launch of our first ever Citizens Assembly. This initiative will bring together dwellers to discuss some of the most important issues of our city. Ultimately, our vision for Vilnius is not just a green and sustainable city, but we want to make the city together with our residents. Step by step, by staying open, innovative, not afraid of experiment, bring us to our goal: becoming climate neutral, implementing green transformation, keeping our biodiversity, and managing the city the smartest and most sustainable ways. Building a city is not a technical task, but a very human-oriented process. It's the place where we choose to live and create our best memories. So, like the one you see in the picture, planting the trees together with neighbors and kids. Therefore, I would say that becoming the greenest is not actually about climate neutrality or biodiversity. In the end, it's about having the happiest people in the best city to live. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is Vilnius, the greenest city in the making, also known as the European Green Capital 2025. Thank you very much.
Many thanks to Mr. Valdas Benkunskas, Mayor of the city of Vilnius. And now, after the presentation of the Mayor, it's time for the first and interesting panel of the day. How long does it take for nature to recover from the effects of war? Urban resilience in turbulent times, war, climate, and ecology. I invite the moderator of the panel, Ms. Justė Ancevičiūtė, journalist analyzing the environmental situation in Ukraine. Please welcome.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to discussion. How long does it take for nature to recover from the effects of war? Urban resilience in turbulent times, war, climate, and ecology. Vilnius asks, is it really possible to talk about Vilnius as a green capital of Europe without talking about war in Ukraine? And the answer is very, very clear. At least for Vilnius. No, it's not really possible. So for the next 40 minutes, we will explore how Ukraine's cities and nature have been affected by the war. We will also discuss how long and what measures will it take to rebuild this devastated country. And finally, we will talk why Ukraine's victory and why to support Ukraine is so important when we talk about sustainable future for Vilnius, for Lithuania, and also for Europe. I am pleased to introduce the panelists. Yulia Ovchennikova, member of the Ukraine Parliament. Yulia will be joining us today remotely. Good afternoon, Yulia.
Nice to see all of you. Thank you.
Sergei Kiral, Deputy Mayor for International Cooperation at Lviv City Council. Good afternoon. Petro Pantilev, Deputy Head of the Kyiv City State Administration. Good afternoon. And Jonas Oman, founder, one of the largest organizations, Blue Yellow, supporting Ukraine. Good afternoon, Jonas. But first, dear all, we have an important message from Andrius Kubilius, the Commissioner for Defense and Space, so I kindly ask you to look at the screen.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear Ukrainian friends, Vilnius is where I was born, went to university, where I lived most of my life. Of course, I miss Vilnius. One of the things I miss most is cycling in the Green City. So I wish I could be there with you. And I send you my very warmest greetings. Welcome to my hometown. This year, Vilnius is not only capital of Lithuania, but also green capital of Europe. I am proud that Vilnius is an example for the rest of Europe. I started my work last month as European Commissioner. I am the European Union's first ever Commissioner for Defense and Space. When people think about defense, the only green they usually think about is the green of army uniforms, the green of army vehicles. But also in defense, we have concerns about the environment. With our European Defense Fund, we support projects for fuel efficiency, for energy independence. We promote sustainable materials. And as Defense Commissioner, like you, I am very much concerned about the consequences of Putin's war. Russia is not only destroying Ukrainian cities, destroying infrastructure and killing Ukrainian people. Russia is also destroying the Ukrainian environment. Russian bombs and rockets pollute the air, land, and water. Our 175 million tons of carbon dioxide have been released into the atmosphere. Russia destroyed the Novakakhovka Dam, causing loss of life, damage, and massive flooding. I call it ecocide, destroying the environment as a weapon of war. I am not only Commissioner for Defense, I am also Commissioner for Space. And with our Copernicus satellites, we could see the floods after the dam burst. Our satellites can see climate change, pollution, and loss of biodiversity. And our satellites are witnesses from space to the damage Russia is causing, to people, to infrastructure, and the environment. The environmental damage is one more stain on Russia's record, one more burden for our Ukrainian friends. Ukraine can count on our support. We will use our satellites to assess damage and support reconstruction. And we are using our EU budget. The next few years, the European Union will support Ukraine with 50 billion euro for recovery and reconstruction. That money can also be used to repair the environment. And we must defend Ukraine. Because when we defend Ukraine, we defend Europe. Thank you.
I would like to thank Commissioner Andrius Kubilius for his speech. And Yulia, first question for you, as Commissioner already mentioned, war has a huge impact to Ukraine's environment. We know about burned forests, polluted water bodies, about polluted air, also soil. We know that many species are under threat. So sometimes we hear that nature is the silent victim of the war. Could you tell us more what it means to have war in the country for Ukraine's natural environment?
Thank you very much. It's an honor to be here today and representing Ukraine. And first of all, thank you to congratulate the Vilnius on its well-deserved title of European Green Capital 2025. And this is recognition is a testament to your relentless efforts and unwavering commitment in development of sustainable environment. And by the way, Vilnius, it's not only a European city for Ukraine. As you know, the president of Ukraine signed a decree in 2023 that Vilnius is the honorary title of city saver. And this is for us, it's also very important, but really, as you say before, nature, it's a silent witness and victim of this war. It's true. And since the full-scale invasion of Ukraine by the Russian Federation, the aggressor has committed unprecedentedly brutal environmental crimes, and with the consequences that infringe upon human rights for a clean, healthy, and sustainable environment. And of course, according to the Ministry information and this Ministry of Environmental Protection, the environmental damage of Ukraine, it's already estimated it's more than $70 billion, and 3 million hectares of forest have been destroyed. More than 6,500 environmental crimes have been recorded. It's really very dangerous data for all of us, and almost the third of country's territory is mined. But it's really speaking about the practical aspects of Ukraine post-recovery. Mine safety is of utmost importance, because when in carrying out of the mining operation, it's crucial to prioritize environmental protection, but it's also friendly methods. As you know, Lithuania is a leader in the international coalition of the mining of Ukraine, and thanks for its comprehensive support in all stages of us. But to tell the truth, as you know, maybe I pay attention for the most significant environmental impacts are. Well, the first one is the soil contamination, as you know, caused by ammunition explosions. Second one is the forest fires, as I said before. It's really very dangerous situation in our country. The third one is Kakhovka tragedy, and the nature and the mining restoring themselves. The next one is destruction of energy infrastructure, including nuclear power plants impose radiation risks. So we have a lot of such as dangerous example, but it's really very important to continue work. And one of the maybe crucial example of this Kakhovka situation, the destruction of Kakhovka hydroelectric station dam has resulted in significant environmental effects, causing widespread flooding in the surrounded areas. But it's also really a dangerous signal all over the world, because if you know the environment and no borders.
As we know, ecocide is illegal or deliberate action taken knowing that it's likely to cause widespread or lasting damage to the environment. But as we know, ecocide is still not included in the Rome Statute of the International Criminal Court, meaning it's not recognized as international criminal offense. After Russia's destruction of the Kakhovka Dam, which you already mentioned, and which caused a massive ecological and humanitarian disaster, Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky stated that this must change. So why is it so important to criminalize ecocide at the international level? Also, what steps are being currently taken and what still remains to be done to make it happen?
Of course, thank you very much. As you know this, our President of Ukraine present the Ukraine peace formula. It's about justice, it's about peace, and the point of aid is the environmental safety and to recognition of ecocide. So it's one of the most important and priorities for our parliament as well. We have the special group who will be continue this work, and we work about on the national level. If you know, in Ukraine, ecocide is defined as a crime in the criminal code, and since the beginning of Russia's full-scale invasion, law enforcement agencies have been investing 14 criminal proceedings under this Article 441. And this one, we continue work on the national level. It's include all information with the General Prosecutor Office. But we also continue work in international arena to international recognition of ecocide. And one of the most important steps from our side is ratification of the Rome Statute in Ukraine. And it's good news for us because last year our parliament ratified the Rome Statute, and we hope that to create this international coalition with our partner in the international arena, one of these arena is the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe and the all institution of the Council of Europe. And as you know, in this institution, we also adopted two very important resolutions, which include the importance of international recognition of ecocide and include the separate crime to the Rome Statute. And I hope that this work will be continued. The next institution, and maybe big organization, it's the International Parliamentary Alliance of Recognition of Ecocide. It's representative of all parliaments all over the world, the leadership from this France side. We continue work and with cooperation with ICC as well. But also the next step I want to, with the big international organization Stop Ecocide International, we continue work with the state for the future recognition on the national levels and to work in European cooperation in this side. As you know, the last year on February, the European Parliament adopted very important directive according to protect environment through the criminal law. So I hope that we are successful in creating cooperation and we continue work in international level with ICC and include the ecocide as a separate crime to the Rome Statute.
Thank you very much. Jonas, Blue Yellow is the largest non-Ukrainian organization in Europe and perhaps in the world, yeah. Over the past 10 years, Lithuanian citizens have donated nearly 90 million euros to Ukraine, am I right?
Actually, more than that. We are soon getting to 100, so it's of course waiting soon for that to happen.
Why are Lithuanians so active in supporting Ukraine?
Let's start from probably, you know, as the green capital, but obviously we know everybody living here as Lithuanians as the blue-yellow capital. I mean, we are extremely pro-Ukrainian city. I remember coming back here on the 27th of February, 3 days after the open assault on Ukraine from Russia. And I mean, there were flags everywhere. And obviously, if you mix blue and yellow, you get green. So that's probably logical. Lithuanians, it's a unique country for many reasons. I think one of the most unique features is, compared to Ukraine, that Lithuania and the Baltic states more generally managed to actually get out of the Soviet Union, get out of the impact sphere of Russia, of this empire, and actually change themselves into something completely different. And I think it's an additional proof of that is that we have these in the green capital. It's a breaking point where Lithuania is, and Vilnius is truly becoming like a very, very European, in the good sense, country. And this is just another step in that direction. Unfortunately, on that, of course, we have the situation in Ukraine and, of course, with Russia. I would probably say, as a citizen of Vilnius, that is one of the greatest and most cities with the most potential in all of Europe for all kinds of reasons, including this, including the ecological. And also, it's one of the potentially most dangerous places, because we are living very close to the situation in Ukraine, very close to Russia. We have Russia from two sides. And I think Lithuanians and people in Vilnius understand that this is not something given. I mean, things may turn out differently in the future. Say within a couple of years, we may have a very, very complicated situation. And I think one of the main reasons why people are supporting us, and of course all others, is that we understand that. We understand that responsibilities of citizens, of course, war and disaster are responsibility of the state, the government, but at the same time, Lithuanians understand that you also have to contribute yourself. So, and here we are in this like breaking point where Lithuania, again, I say you in Vilnius, one of the most cities with the most potential, and also potentially one of the most dangerous places in Europe. So we have been living with these, shall we say, tension between these two extremes. Of course, I will do anything personally and with my organization to make sure that we stay where we are right now. I see the consequences of the war in Ukraine very closely. I would probably, in reference to what's all been said, one of the most horrible aspects of this is the so-called herbicide. How Russia deliberately bombards cities and also smaller townships and yet completely wreck them. I've seen places in eastern Ukraine, there's literally nothing left. And it's a deliberate act of destructing. It's a part of the Russian warfare. It's part of their strategy to do that. It's nothing random here. And one must understand that everything we stand for in Vilnius, in Lithuania, in Europe, etc., is what Russia at this point is not. It's an opposite. And that is something that we have to take to ourselves and really understand. So when I like to end my statement, we have to, in Vilnius and Lithuania and of course more generally, one hand on the shall we say, on the grass, you know, and the other hand on the rifle. Unfortunately, we have to be ready for everything, creating our own great future. I mean, I'm as a Vilnius citizen, I'm so happy to live here. It's Jesus Christ, what a good city this is, in so many ways. And I just can go on and on about it for so many minutes. But on the other hand, I understand that, well, you know, there are bad guys on the other side. We got to deal with that too. So.
How does people's support help those fighting in the war? Because we started that we already donated quite a lot of money to Ukraine.
Very quickly, it's a very direct approach. We work directly with Ukrainian units, all kinds, armed forces, special forces, security forces, military intelligence. We provide directly to the fighting forces. We are faster, more accurate often, and also sometimes cheaper than any support coming in by governmental structures. And believe me, this is a very, very feasible approach in this war that is one of the biggest aspects is you have to be fast. It's about speed, being there before the enemies. So very quickly, of course. If anybody here from some companies, you want to have a presentation for your employers, etc., we are very willing to come and tell about the work more in detail. Thank you.
And also one more question. In one interview, you have mentioned that the war in Ukraine is unlikely to end without direct NATO intervention. In another interview, you stated that the West seems to be acting too slowly, doing too little, and not with enough urgency in helping Ukraine. What do Western countries need to do now to bring Ukraine closer to victory?
Very, very simple. We have to fight together with Ukraine. This is, of course, another topic. We have to actually insert personnel from our armed forces, helping logistics, training, maintenance, etc., not for fighting, but for other purposes. We have to be there. We have to understand what is happening there better. We have to understand the scope of the aggression of Russia, which is something horrible. We do not fully yet understand that. I can tell I'm dealing with politicians, policymakers, and others, of course, and I see we do not fully understand the situation as is and what we need to do. And my short answer, we have to understand, in order to save and secure what we have to rethink and start to fight, not just helping, but fight with Ukraine. Then we can make it.
Dear Sergei, in wartime, Russian aggression not only kills innocent people every single day, but also indiscriminately destroys the natural environment. We already hear that many cities in Ukraine are already destroyed till the ground. Additionally, Russia has been deliberately targeting Ukrainian residential areas, hospitals, schools, and other critical important infrastructure, also energy infrastructure. Could you please share how the war has affected life in Lviv and other Ukrainian cities?
Yes, but first of all, I would like to say that Ukrainians are not only resilient and resist the Russian aggression, but we are also grateful. So let me start first of all to thank all the Lithuanian people, and particularly Lithuanians who reside in the city of Vilnius. My congratulations to this award, and specifically Mayor Valdas Benkunskas. Your city has been supportive of us, the Ukrainian cities, from the first days of the war. With your huge donation to the city of Lviv, to my city, we are able today to help Ukrainians, particularly victims, civilians, and the wounded soldiers that fight for us in the front line by building a huge rehabilitation center we call Unbroken, the ecosystem of humanity. Again, with your support, it is possible. Without your support, it will be not possible for Ukraine to stand firm, to stand the ground, but also to continue to provide all the humanitarian help that is needed to our citizens. Ukraine's suffering during this Russian onslaught has been massive. You have heard our members of parliament today about the environmental impact and the damages. This is huge, and this will take years, if not generations, to overcome. The city of Lviv, although we are relatively safe, we are thousands of kilometers from the front line, has been affected too. Just recently, in September, there has been a massive missile attack where more than 189 buildings were destroyed. 8 people died, including 4 members of just one family, family Basilevich. A wife and 3 children died in this attack. We are now struggling to overcome, and again, with your help, with the help of our business community, we tend, and this is our priority, to renovate everything which Russia destroys and kills. So our intention is to continue to be resilient and to continue to build this ecosystem of Unbroken, which we plan to disseminate and to help other cities to build. For that purpose, we have started a network we call an Unbroken Cities Network, which get organized and share one single idea of resilience and exchange of expertise and knowledge. How do you sustain in a times of different crises, whether it's a war, whether it's a natural disaster? How do you make sure that your systems, water supply, heat system, power supply, are resilient when missiles are hitting your substations or power stations? We were successful in building that resilience of our municipal systems in Lviv from the first days and even before the war. So we have that unique knowledge, which we hope the Unbroken Cities Network will be able to spread around. And for that purpose, we are building also the Unbroken University, which will be a think tank, an institution to gather that knowledge and to disseminate it, to exchange it with other cities. So the resilience is key to us. At the same time, we understand that talking about the environmental impact, talking about any other impact, human loss, human lives loss, the material damage, it will be not possible to renovate that, to revive that without Russia's accountability, without Russia being held accountable for that, without Russia having to pay for all that damage. For that reason, the only way to achieve that is Ukraine's victory. Victory of Ukraine is a victory for all, but it's also a victory for the nature. So to keep Russia accountable is our all common goal. And I call all of you to stand by us, and victory is our only way. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sergey. Jonas, I know you have to leave a little bit earlier, so the last question to you, why is Ukraine's victory important not only for Ukraine itself, as Sergey mentioned, but also for Lithuania, Vilnius, Europe, and all the democratic world in general? Yes, please.
Well, in '91, I think you'll remember this idea of the end of history. We won. The Soviet Union was gone, and everything was going to be great. And we are living in an illusion, basically. History keeps running, keeps throwing challenges on us, and we understand that what we take for granted, including green air, green forests, clean air, etc., it's not given. There are other forces at play. And these forces are now on the move against us. And if we do not win, if we do not achieve a victory, we will have immense issues in the future. However, if we can show that the system we live in, we believe in, our values, democracy, free speech, tolerance, respect for equality, respect for human rights, etc., we cannot defend that, and that is at stake right now. Then we will have problems we cannot even imagine. However, if we manage to do that, and Ukraine is the core, is the battleground zero for this at this point. If we win in Ukraine, we will also have other victories. If we lose, we will have unimaginable problems. So, for me, it's an all-in. We have no choice. We have to win.
Thank you very much, Jonas.
Thank you. Sorry, I gotta go. Yeah.
Dear Petro, Russia has attacked Kiev many, many times. How is the reconstruction of war-damaged areas in Kiev progressing, and what are the main focuses for now?
Hello, everyone from Kiev. Thank you for the invitation. If you don't mind, I will speak Ukrainian, and my colleague will help translation. Дійсно, Київ напередодні перебуває в епіцентрі атак ворога.
It is true that Kyiv is in the epicenter of the enemy's attacks for 3 years already.
Як ви сказали, основними цілями є цивільні будівлі, госпіталі, об'єкти енергетичної інфраструктури.
As you have mentioned, the main places of attacks are the civilian buildings, the objects of infrastructure, in particular of energy infrastructure and hospitals.
В зв'язку з цим ми проводимо постійно велику роботу по відновленню, ремонту всього, що необхідно для нормальної життєдіяльності столиці України.
So we're constantly doing a lot of work to restore, to recreate, to renovate everything that is needed for the normal functioning of the city.
В той же час постійно наноситься велика шкода екології міста.
At the same time, we constantly suffer from great damage to the ecology of the city.
Це пов'язано, очевидно, що з вибухами ракет, шахедів, іншого озброєння.
So it is connected to the rocket attacks from the shahed from the rockets and other ammunitions.
Звичайно, страждає повітря, забруднюється повітря хімічними речовинами.
So the air is being polluted by the chemicals that are released by these attacks.
Страждають зелені насадження.
The green zones are taking damage.
І одним з пріоритетів сьогодні для міста є підтримка екології все ж таки в належному стані.
So one of the priorities of this at this time is supporting the ecological state of the city.
Не дивлячись на складну ситуацію, ми висаджуємо дерева, розвиваємо наші екологічні зелені зони в місті.
Even though the situation is difficult, we're planting trees, we are developing the green zones of the city.
Наприклад, в минулому році було висаджено понад 8 тисяч дерев в місті Києві.
For example, in the city of Kyiv, we have planted over 8,000 plants just last year.
Якщо підтримати шкоду саме в екологічному аспекті від атак ворога, то за приблизними оцінками ця шкода складає понад 2 мільярди доларів на сьогодні. Саме Київ.
So if we put the money to the damage that the Russian attacks have caused just in the city of Kyiv, it's over $2 billion by this point.
Крім того, хотів би також відзначити важливість сьогодні нашого, скажімо так, зелених зон для ще одної важливої речі – це реабілітація людей, тих, хто повертається з фронту, самих киян, які знаходяться під напруженням внаслідок постійних атак.
We also have to mention the importance of the green areas for the psychological rehabilitation of both people from the front lines who are returning to Kyiv for recreation and for the citizens of Kyiv that are suffering from a lot of stress.
Тому, звичайно, окрім таких пріоритетних напрямків, як виділення коштів на допомогу Збройним силам, відновлення енергетичних об'єктів, на лікування тих, хто постраждав внаслідок війни, ми не забуваємо про саме таку психологічну реабілітацію, в якій важливу роль відіграє саме наше зелене господарство міста Києва, яке відоме.
And so apart from spending money on the military support, on the restoring of energy infrastructure, we're not forgetting about the importance of psychological rehabilitation, part of which is the good and functioning green zones of the city.
В цьому контексті хочу сказати, що ми будемо вдячні за будь-яку допомогу в цьому напрямку, саме в збереженні зелених насаджень, в розбудові зелених зон міста Києва, тому що це безпосередньо пов'язано з стійкістю столиці України і з ситуацією українців.
And in this regard, we would like to say that we would highly welcome any support that could be given to our green zones because they are directly connected to the psychological resilience of the capital of Ukraine and the whole Europe.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Petro. I know it's very difficult to talk about opportunities in context of war, but does your building Lviv and other Ukrainian cities give a chance to focus more on sustainable future, about more climate resilience future?
Absolutely. You just heard the deputy mayor from Kiev that despite of the missile attacks, the city continues to live, it continues to implement its project, it's planting the trees. Imagine, in the wartime they are planting the trees. It might sound ridiculous, but it is very true for other cities. In Lviv, for example, before the war, we were probably one of the leading cities in Ukraine on environmental issues. We were the first signatories to the Covenant of Mayors. We had developed our first energy neutral city strategy, and we hope to become energy neutral by 2030. We are also members of the Green Cities initiative funded through the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development. We are the largest partner of the BRD in that. We developed GCAP, the Climate Action Plan, adopted by the City Council. Yes, the war has delayed some of the projects, but at the same time we continue, for example, to remediate and close down our landfill. This is at the final stage. This is the largest landfill which has been in operation since 1950s of the previous century. Or within the rehabilitation ecosystem, we built new facilities, new infrastructure based on green approach and sustainable recoverable materials like timber or CLT panels. So our prosthesis manufacturing workshop, the first ever built in Ukraine with the capacity of over 1,000 prostheses per year, has been built with wood for 3 months, 3.5 months. And we are grateful to the German government who's allocated a grant of about 5 million. We are planning to build a new surgical building of around 25,000 square meters because, you know, the number of patients is increasing, and Lvivians and people from the local regions, they didn't stop to get sick. They also require treatment. So the burden of our hospitals has increased manifold, and we need new capacity, we need new space for that. This building is being designed by the famous Japanese architect Shigeru Ban, and the material which is going to be used is CLT, is wood, is timber. Also for the speed of construction, but also at the same time to achieve our objectives of bringing more sustainable, safe environment to our cities. That might, for someone, particularly for the victims, sound a bit out of reality, out of touch. For example, for the family of Stepanenko, is the family from Kramatorsk who were hit by the Russian missile. And Yana is the 12 years old girl who lost 2 legs, and her mother lost 1 leg. They lost their father in that tragedy. They've been treated in our center and then went through rehabilitation as well. Yana is recovering, in fact. She's now basically a marathon runner. She ran a race in Lviv and then participated in Boston Marathon. Or Mikhailo is the Ukrainian defender who lost a leg and is recovering in cooperation with the Croatian Association of Veterans. We have that program of using diving as a form of rehabilitating the veterans. The veterans policy is extremely important for us as part of our city program. You may think that, you know, people like Yana or Mikhailo might not be ready to talk about the environment, and you're right, and we are all right, and they are right, because for them it's sort of, you know, the priority of getting a second chance, find their basis, find their ground in life, new life, basically. That's the motto of the unbroken ecosystem that we are building. But for that reason, we are there. I mean, the authorities, the NGOs, the civil society, the European Commission for the same matter, to not only stand by, but even now, when the war is raging on, to provide Ukraine with all the tools and instruments to take record of all the damages. At the same time, to start building a portfolio of projects to recover, to renovate, to reconstruct, to build back better. So when the war is over and we win, Russia is kept accountable and pays for that, we are ready to go forward. We do not have to wait another generation to prepare and bring projects together, but we move forward and we recover faster than Germany was recovering after the Second World War.
Thank you. Julia, to go back to the previous topic, when it comes to the environmental damage caused by war, we often hear that nature knows no borders. Does it mean that a war also damaging nature in neighboring countries and all the Europe, especially when we talk about biodiversity, about pollution of water bodies, about soil pollution, food chain, etc.? Could you tell us more how a war is affecting neighboring countries and its nature?
Yes, colleagues, really we want to say that the environmental damages caused by the military aggression has a transnational implication and application that will affect neighboring countries. So, as you know, as I said before about Kakhovka tragedy, we want to say about the marine pollution, it's a major threat. For example, the fuel oil sprayed as a result of the Kakhovka terrorist attack is now circulating along the sea current, as well as wine-borne chemical products and explosions. So, and attacks on Ukrainian oil depots and port infrastructure are also leading to large-scale spills and other fuel lubricants, causing oil, water, and air pollution, as well as deaths of fish, birds, microorganisms, not only in Ukraine, but also the neighbor countries. As we say, which is happening in Ukraine had the inflation in other countries. So large-scale fires and industrial facilities, oil depots and military warehouses are causing these emissions of hazardous substance into the air, which is wind will carry to the neighbor countries, for example, in Poland, Romania, Hungary. We also think we should know about this situation in the Black Sea. For example, in our country, our Ministry of Environmental Resources every time in touch with the Ministry of Environment and Bulgaria, Ministry of Environment, Turkey, Romania, Moldova. So if you know, as I said before, the peace formula of President Zelensky and one of these instruments realizing implementation of this formula, this is environmental compact and 50 recommendation in international level. So we have the international ambassadors who work with us on these environmental damages and think about the future steps. And this is very important to continue this international coalition and to protect our environment, because this is about influential all over the world. We say about the climate change. We know the situation in USA. We know the situation in Turkey, in every countries, and we can maybe take into account all this situation to create this coalition and to continue exchange the information, to think about this our future instrument in order to protect our future all over the world.
Thank you very much. Jonas, Sergei, what would be your wish for Vilnius, Lithuania, and all of Europe to do in order to help Ukraine achieve a victory as soon as possible?
Well, I wish Vilnius all the great success, particularly this year. You know, Lviv is also a European youth capital this year. So from the bottom of my heart as a person coming from the youth capital of Europe to the green capital of Europe. And we have just spoke with Jurga, your colleague from the City Council, the head of international cooperation. We need to exchange experience on how to prepare such excellent events. And of course, I wish also to see Lithuania, but I have no doubt about that at all, to continue to stand by us. Lithuania and other Baltic states, that you have a special mission of leading the Europe in this respect. And in general, talking about Europe, as we know now, particularly with new American administration now coming to Washington, D.C., and as the president of Ukraine yesterday was speaking at Davos summit, Europe must, actually it's no other way, start taking and playing a much more important role for the European security, for the nature, and also for Ukraine, because you know, the path to the European prosperity and the good future is the security on the European continent. And without Ukraine and our victory, I don't think it is possible.
Thank you. Yulia, may I ask you the same? What would be your wish to Vilnius and Lithuania to support Ukraine till then, till the victory?
So thank you very much. We, you know, that we are together with Lithuania. It's brothers and sisters, and I really very thanks for this incredible comprehensive support. It's not depends from election. It's not depends from another reasons, because we have the same values. We understand that all the future in our hands, and we think about the future. And thank for Lithuanian people their example how to fight for values, European values, for democratic societies. And for us, it's very important to continue this cooperation and in every stage. And the environmental protect for us, it's also one of the most priorities. And it's really in the demining process and in political, military, defense, diplomatic support. Thank you for you, all Lithuanian people, Ačiū, for all Lithuanian people that you the voice of Ukrainian people as well in international area, in the European integration, Euro-Atlantic integration steps. This is really very important for us, and I'm absolutely sure that we definitely win together.
Thank you very much. And Petra, also the same question to you. What would be your wish to Vilnius and Lithuania to support Ukraine till the victory?
Я теж хочу подякувати всьому литовському народу за підтримку.
So I also want to thank Lithuania and Vilnius for the constant support.
Хочу сказати, що мер міста Віталій Кличко.
So I want to say that Mayor of Kyiv, Vitaly Klitschko,
відноситься з великою вдячністю до всього, що робить Вільнюс для Києва.
Very thankful for everything that Vilnius does for the city.
Ми переконані, що з такою підтримкою дружньою сусідською нам вдасться таки перемоги. І ми запросимо наших друзів з Литви, з Вільнюса відвідати наші прекрасні місця в Києві вже в перший час.
So we are sure that with the constant support of Vilnius and other friends from Lithuania, we are on the right way to it, and we will be glad to invite everyone present here to the peaceful city of Kyiv after the end of the war.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank to all of you for taking part in the discussion, for sharing your insight with us. I talked with Yulia Ovchennikova, a member of the Ukraine Parliament, Sergei Kiral, Deputy Mayor for International Cooperation at Lviv City Council, Petro Pentilev, Deputy Head of the Kyiv City State Administration, and Jonas Oman, founder of one of the largest organizations, Blue Yellow, supporting Ukraine. Thank you very much for being here and for listening.
And many thanks to Justa Cevichuta, journalist analyzing the environmental situation in Ukraine. Thank you so much for your moderation. Shiro дякую to all our friends from Ukraine. And without any further ado, I invite you for another interesting discussion. And for that, I kindly invite the moderator of the panel, Ms. Rugilė Matusevičiūtė, sustainability educator, founder of the Nature Awareness Training Program Friends of Nature, climate journalist, EU Climate Pact ambassador, and ambassador of the Vilnius European Green Capital 2025. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a big hand for her.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Hello, everyone. So nice to see so many of you here to celebrate this amazing day of Vilnius becoming the green capital of Europe. And it is my pleasure to invite my colleagues who will join me on stage for a discussion, Green City in the Making, the case of Vilnius. And talking with me today, we will have Vilnius City Council member Remigijus Šimašius. Remigijus, please come to the stage. You can still choose the best seat. We also have Chief Sustainability Officer at the City of Vilnius, Anton Nikitin. Anton. And I'm looking around to find our third participant. Žymantas Markvėnas, here he is. He is an environmental expert and director of Baltic Environmental Forum. So let's sit down, get ourselves comfortable, prepare for uncomfortable questions. How are you here today? Excited? Happy for this celebration?
Absolutely. It's a really nice feeling when you see that something is really tangible achieved. So it's a really green feeling. Very good.
What is the feeling like for you, maybe, Mr. Remigijus? You were, as a former mayor, you were working towards achieving this goal, or Vilnius becoming more sustainable, since many years ago. We talked before entering on stage that maybe 2020 was the time where Vilnius started taking concrete actions towards being more sustainable, planting more trees and doing other initiatives. And now having this title, becoming the green capital of Europe, what's the feeling? Do you feel that your goals were achieved together with other participants, your colleagues, and the current mayor?
Yeah, thank you. First of all, hello everyone. I would like to thank you, not just for being here, but also for contributing to this goal. And I'm so glad that the slogan was chosen, greenest city in the making, because at the moment we decide that we are green enough, that would be a disaster. That would be exactly against all the idea what we were and are for. So I'm very grateful to Mayor Benkunskas for taking over. And, because for greenery and for green things, I think the key word, which is not so much fashionable nowadays, is about sustainability. Because, okay, it got spoiled at some moment, this word, but I really like it because sustainability is about the things that sustain. And this is about like buildings, societies, culture, of course, greenery, and policies. And for me, excuse me, but I will jump to a little bit higher thing than just greenery. When I'm looking to US, to Poland, to France, to UK, to all the countries, and I see such a swift switch of policies, like black, white, left, right, green, concrete, whatever. I mean, all the 180 degrees angle. I'm so glad that in Vilnius we have a continuity, sustainability, and yes, I'm extremely happy. And if we go this pace as we are going now in Vilnius, maybe in 10 years we will be a green enough city.
The greenest of all. But looking back, we have 5 years to compare if we start counting since 2020. But of course, Vilnius has been doing sustainability initiatives even before that. What are the biggest changes you think the city should be the most proud of? Comparing to 5 years ago, 10 years ago, and what Vilnius has now that it didn't have, that we can finally call, this is a green initiative that is changing the lives of the residents and the locals and the tourists of Vilnius and making the city actually better, healthier, safer, and nicer to live in.
maybe I will say one not very popular thing, but this is related to urban structure of Vilnius so much, because typically when we imagine a green life, it's somewhere in the middle of nowhere, in the fields, in the forest, which means that actually you are grabbing something from nature for you, because you're killing nature in these remote, nice areas and grabbing that for you. And actually, I think that the most green way of living, in most cases, is actually living in the city. City is not evil. City is a savior of greenery, because the dense and socially rich life in the city actually helps green living. And we were able to achieve, in the contrary to most cities in Europe, that density of people in the city, in the central city, is increasing. We have development in the city, and high quality development, with also more intense greenery in there. And this reshaping of streets. Of course, I'm known for like building bicycles, narrowing streets, and planting trees wherever they may or may not grow. And I think this was a big change, and we're so glad that this is continuing. We still have things to do. In some cases, I liked really when Povilas mentioned about this bureaucracy and Green Deal thing. I think it's a big danger to green thinking that is being associated, and sometimes, unfortunately, rightly associated with bureaucratization. And I think we managed to invent so many approaches which actually reduce bureaucracy and increase greenery. I think in this respect we can offer a lot to other European cities and European Union, of course, in general.
Amazing. Mr. Žymantas, you were one of the people behind creating the project and applying for Vilnius to become the green capital as an environmental expert. Your input was very important, not only to say all the good things, but also the places where the city could improve and be greener in the future. But now let's stay a bit on the positive side, because we still have time in our discussion to discuss the flaws and maybe things that we have to improve in the future. What are the aspects of Vilnius at the moment as the green capital of Europe you as an environmental expert think we should be the most proud of? Something that has already been achieved or is towards being achieved, and something that actually has a very important impact towards fighting climate change, environmental pollution, social injustice, and so on.
And for critical things, we will have no time. I will go for lunch.
Good. I think that's why you're here, to also show that there's also a big way to move forward and a lot of things to do.
Yeah, I think that what Vilnius really jumps out of the context, looking on the European scale, is that we are really rewarded historically, and for that we need to thank not only Mayor Benkunskas, not only Mayor Šimašius, but probably also Mayor Gediminas, the Grand Duke. That we are surrounded is such a space with lots of forests, with lots of natural areas, lots of protected areas around. This is a historical heritage, which of course we have a responsibility to preserve. I think this is a lot of cities, they are creating biodiversity in the cities. We don't have to create. We have to maintain what has been already for hundreds of years here. And I think that's one thing which to my mind really jumps out. But nevertheless, I think there are much more other aspects. If we think about the brownfield conversion, I remember when I was a kid, really living in a street life here in Vilnius, and I remember the atmosphere walking in the Paupys region, and then after the conversion, you really want to be there. It is really a beautiful part and really a beautiful example of a conversion. Green wave. I mean, I think that Vilnius is a good example of public participation approach involving citizens in the making. I think that is with all this green wave, planting of the trees, involving business, involving society. I think it is a really good example to show. Water treatment plant recently opened. It's, if I'm not mistaken, one of the most modern in the region, and they can really grasping the tiniest pollutants. I think this is really where we can be proud of. 10 standards of the streets. I believe that you are the co-author of these standards, and I think this is a good example what ex-Mayor Šimašius mentioned about the debureaucratization. I think that is one of the good examples how it was done, and I have to thank also Remigius, you, that I think with going these streets and narrowing down the streets and making grasslands wild for butterflies and bees, as a politician, I mean, to make these decisions as a politician, you need to have a lot of courage. So, and thank you for that courage. I think it's a really good achievement. It's a really good thing.
You've mentioned a few aspects, such as maintaining natural fields for the biodiversity and protecting the extinct species and so on. It seems that Vilnius, for a long time, has been trying to bring the nature back to the city. Would you agree, as environmentalists, that there is this sort of point of view that living in a city, we should not avoid nature, and if we do so, we're just making our lives worse, you know, because excluding biodiversity means excluding all the greenery and, you know, then living in a polluted areas with heat islands and so on. So do you see that this approach, that perhaps Vilnius can be one of those cities where we live within the nature and nature is part of the city no matter how big it is, and proving that a city and a nature is not something that has to be opposite or distinct from one another?
Absolutely, and I think this is the part which I might a little bit contradict with Remigius' statement that, okay, living in the cities is the area where is the best for nature because the humans are not interfering. I think rather opposite. I think by just living on the concrete and in the cities isolated, we are disconnected from the nature. And I think what we really lack is the coexistence, seeking for living in a coexistence with the creatures. And I think this is Vilnius is a good opportunity for that, really coexisting with other species. I mean, rare species, exotic species.
If I may jump in, you know, if you don't know how to deal with nature, so maybe distancing yourself is like first good step, but then to connect again in a proper way is the actual goal. So I agree to you.
Anton, as a Chief Sustainability Officer of Vilnius, you work with all of these things that we've mentioned hands-on. So not only the ideas, not only the projects, but actually implementing them, talking to the people, seeing public's reactions, you know, seeing the flaws of the projects and improving them and so on. But now, since we already have the status of being the green capital, what are the aspects of Vilnius would you say that you are the proudest of? What are the things, you know, Žymantas mentioned a few, Remigius mentioned a few, but in your case, what was maybe the most difficult to achieve? It might not seem like a big change, but, you know, sometimes small changes have big results. So what are you the most proud of?
Thank you. It's a very good question. I mean, Vilnius is already green, not the greenest yet, and that's a statement. I think we Lithuanians were really humble about that, and we don't like to brag that we achieved a lot of things. But I think a little and small steps, and especially the steps that come from communities, are the things that inspire. There are different, you know, urban gardens. There are different smaller or bigger push for the municipality, right? For saving the trees, for planting more trees, for making bicycle roads, making streets in a different way. And that's very beautiful. And I think what is really important for us to use this year, it's not only to say, yes, we are on this journey of becoming way greener than we were, not only in the literal sense, not only, you know, having more greenery around, but also changing this mindset of people. And because the city is not actually about, you know, the hard infrastructure. It's also that. It's also really important because we see the results. We see when we build the good infrastructure, people start to use it and start to use it so beautifully that I couldn't have imagined it 7-8 years ago. But it's also about the people and support we have to have. And I think we have to have a lot of hard but really frank conversations why we do that. It's not because it's some kind of fashion of being green. It's not because the European Commission or European Union says so, or, you know, whatever political documents. It's because basically doing things in a green way in this broader sense is keeping the city livable and keeping it as attractive place to spend life and to kind of, you know, have nicer, even nicer connections. You know, the things that change in the city, they build trust and they can build also good connections. And the, you know, the good design streets, the nicer parks, the better quality buildings.
Community gardens.
Yes, community gardens, planting trees and bushes every spring and autumn, and they bring connections, and that's what the cities were about for ages now, because people just not choose to live in the cities because it's the city, because it's the most convenient way to live.
You've mentioned community engagement and the social aspect of sustainability. As we know, sustainability, we sometimes use the term ESG and as being in social society and communities in general. So it's very important, especially for a city where a group of people have to make a decision that the majority would agree with, the residents living there and paying taxes. And Žymantas said that, perhaps in some ways making an environmental conscious or a green decision might not be the popular decision, considering we still live in the world where, our own comfort, the cheapest way, the fastest way is still a priority. So what is it like dealing with the community now and trying to explain them? Do you feel that people engage easily with these ideas, or there is still sort of a push against sustainability and thinking that it's something, just, as you've mentioned, something what European Union wants, just an idea, a trend, and it will go away, and we should, then citizens being against that. So what is it like?
I mean, it depends, and the more we talk, the more we have some kind of consensus or have more informed people about why we do that. However, in quite some cases, we just have to do things because you will never find a consensus. And the city of Vilnius is so diverse, and any city is very diverse, right? And there are people who like to do one thing, and there are other people who like to do other things. And I think that's also us being really practical about it. Just doing things, as Remigius, said. Let's just plant trees. I remember those conversations, right? Let's just start and plant them, even though it's maybe we have to think about legal base or whatever. But just starting and doing, experimenting, and then we see the positive change. We see when we start. We see the positive change because people see the result, and sometimes it's really hard to imagine the result unless you see it, and when you see it, in most of the cases, it's a good result.
There's also a tendency when people don't like something, they say it out loud, but when they finally enjoy it, they stay silent. So when they get used to something, they start enjoying it. They're not as vocal about it. But of course, I have to ask the same question for Remigius, because you were one of those people, starting this initiatives, the Green Wave, and me living in Vilnius, I saw a lot of people being against that, not understanding it. So now looking back, let's say, 10 years, the comparison to what we have now, the communities, their engagement, the changes that have been done in Vilnius, do you think that the mindset has changed? Do people promote these ideas more?
I think speaking about this resistance, I think it's a little bit over-exaggerated. If you have some mark of your white shirt, of course it will be more visible than the rest of your white shirt. And that's what's happening with all this criticism. And when I see people, majority of them are absolutely supportive of this green wave. Quite many of them are looking for more. I've just looked to the recent survey, for example, by municipality about transforming Mindaugo Street into narrowing it a little bit and allowing parking lanes, which I think would be very good. Parking lanes are very good alongside the streets. But majority of people were actually criticizing no parking lanes. Let's plant more trees and let's do this thing. These kind of remarks people are getting. So basically, people opposing something, and that's a very strong view. It's Ortega y Gasset said. If people were very positive, they will not be burning bakeries during the famine times. So that's kind of typical unfortunate behavior of people. But Green Wave certainly has enemies, and many of them, and I would invite to be aware of them. Yeah. And these include, of course, the majority of big car lovers, majority of them, or quite big part of them. It includes also quite big part of bureaucrats who always think that the rule is the most important, but not what the rule is for. It includes, of course, all the greediness about the greeds, because sometimes it reduces the square meters you may build in some particular place. It has enemies among even tree lovers. That was biggest surprise for me, because the biggest tree lovers are actually those who are opposing new trees in the cities most. I was shocked by this. But the way of thinking is that, you know, if you plant a tree in the middle of concrete, the tree will suffer. Of course it will suffer, but people will enjoy it. So it's a human-centric, it's not tree-centric approach. And I think it's very important, because if you are tree-centric, you will not plant trees in the city. You will plant trees in the forest, because this particular tree will feel better in the forest. So we have to be aware of many, many things, but still to go this way. And, you know, again, speaking about this community building and whatever, just not naming the city, but there is one city in Lithuania, not the smallest one, which reconstructed the main square and made it very big and very nice, concrete, of very good quality. And then suddenly it was not so pleasant for people to gather in the square, so they made huge umbrellas in the street to provide a shade. What a nonsensical thinking about it. It actually shows what actually people do need. They need simple things, and actually greenery does provide these things. So I think, you know, the opposition is not as big as we tend to think and talk about it, even it's existing.
Also, I think Vilnius, perhaps as a capital, becomes sort of this laboratory of experimenting with these green ideas, and you've mentioned other towns perhaps not doing such sustainable decisions, but then learning from the capital. Okay, Vilnius is doing this, they're planting more trees, they're seeing, you know, locals being happy with that. They see that, you know, perhaps creating a big area with planted trees instead of umbrellas works better for the biodiversity, for the people, you know, avoiding heat islands and so on, which sort of leads the way to other towns doing similar changes and following similar ideas. So of course the ones that start are not usually the most popular ones. It's usually difficult to be somebody that begins these ideas. But our discussion is titled Green City in the Making, and there was many times mentioned in this event that Vilnius does not claim that they're already the greenest city, that there's still a lot of stuff that needs to be done in order to claim to be the greenest city in the world or in Europe. So let's talk, you know, we did talk very positively about things that Vilnius has done, but of course, as a journalist, I have to ask, what are the flaws, where we have to improve, what are the aspects that are not as done as perfectly, and I think I will start with Gymantas, because you're the most distant from this, you know, working as an environmental expert and as an activist in a way. You sort of also, as I've mentioned, was one of the people that was preparing this application. So, you know, you have the very in-depth knowledge on what Vilnius has done that is nice and what Vilnius still needs to do. So, in your opinion, what are the things that Vilnius has to improve in order to actually become the greenest city, let's say, in the world?
I think one of the probably most sensitive and difficult improvement to be made is how to bring citizens into the public transport and the whole transport sector. I think this is really a headache and a challenge, and this is where a lot of still work to be done. And I think it's also very good that we actually have this year being a green capital, because it means that we have the whole intellect of Europe coming to Vilnius and sharing the best practices and maybe giving some hints and advices how such a challenge as a transport can be solved in Vilnius. And I think Vilnius also have another problem generally of urban planning. What Remigius said, there are good examples, and I think there has been also good achievements there, but I think we also inherited from the Soviet Union. But we have a school in one part of the city and job in the office in the other part and sleep in the third part. And this is when we create this strategy in the mornings and in the afternoons with the traffic jams and so on. So I think, and to fix this, they are not easy decisions to make and not quick decisions to make. And I think another thing is I mentioned about the green and, you know, biodiversity and greenery. I think Vilnius really needs to look more systemically in really how we are protecting our biodiversity, having really kind of a biodiversity action plan, looking more systemically, connecting the corridors, ecological corridors for the other species to also to live well, so that tree also feels good, you know, living in the city. But not only tree, but we're talking about, you know, really fantastic. We have orchids, many other species in the city, bats and so on. And another thing to mention is Vilnius has an ambition to be a climate neutral city by 2030. And it's good to have an ambition, but there is still a lot of things to be done. But what I really like most about the Vilnius Green Capital is its slogan, Vilnius Green City in the Making. For me, this is a three-layer message. First, this is recognition that there is still a lot of things to be done. Secondly, it is, as the mayor has said in his opening speech, it is a milestone and it is an ambition and responsibility to go that way. And the third, for me, it is an invitation. And this is, I am working in the NGO, environmental NGO, and Vilnius City in the Making. I hear it, let's do it together. But it's an invitation to join forces, to share ideas. It's not only for NGOs, but also for the citizens. And if we talk about Vilnius 2030 climate neutral, let's be fair. It is not possible to achieve without citizens. To go to the public transport and to make changes. So I would see this slogan as an invitation also of Vilnius citizens to join forces to make together.
Beautiful answer. Following that up, Anton, you have to follow up Zsigmond's beautiful answer regarding the same question. Again, you work with these, as I've mentioned, with all of these things hands-on. So it's easy for Zsigmond perhaps to say, oh, let's do this, this, and that. And then you have to go to the office and try to improve these things. So seeing all these challenges, if you had to name a few at the moment that are the most major, that cause, the biggest pollution, that we have to fight and focus on, what would you think are the challenges for Vilnius?
So the technical answer would be, we can look at CO2 emissions and say that the transport or energy are the main two sectors that contribute to almost all of our CO2 emissions, and that's those are the things we have to focus on, and that's it. But then I completely agree with Zsigmond. It's not a technical thing in the end. It's about having the support from the people and also having the support inside of the organization. And for me as a sustainability officer, that's a really huge challenge. How can we work together as a team of all municipalities? When I was thinking about the sustainability topic and how do we do things, how do we drive change, there is no, we can't have a separate office of sustainability people who would do the change and then everybody else do that. It's all of us, it's every single topic of the city. When you look at the structure of the city, it's every single topic that contributes to one or several of ESG, environmental, social, or governance tasks. And I think the biggest change is to have more support and trust from the people as citizens of Vilnius. And another is having this really well-working team, the municipality, the administration, and the companies of the municipality really well-working together towards the same goal.
Mr. Remigius, I think I'm very lucky that you're here on stage with me now, not as a mayor anymore. So we can, so it's easier for you to say what you actually think that needs to be done, and without actually putting it and wrapping it in a golden paper. So I will reform my question a bit. If you would have to give an advice to the current mayor, Ben Kunskas, who is following the legacy of the green wave, improving the city in these beautiful ways for it to be the green capital, achieving this status, what would be your advice? Where should the mayor and the town focus? The mayor is listening. Where should they keep their focus in order to actually be the greenest city?
Thank you. I think the mayor is doing everything quite well, so I don't have this big advice. And I think Zsigmond is right about mentioning all this transport and this street design code 12 principles and architectural principles, and all these things. To go with them, it's very important. And of course, speaking about the green things, green as these visible greens like shrubs, ivies, and trees. I mean, you have to plant them like crazy for 10 more years, I think, and then the city will actually be green. I think so, in my perception. The good thing, the good element in this is that sometimes you need to do nothing in order to achieve something. And actually, you need to do nothing. Not you may, you need. When you're looking to the trees in Vilnius, I think around half of them are there just because some people who were taking care of these territories were lazy enough to cut them when they were this thick. And then they grew up. I think around half of all these trees are because of this. Just take, I have the special eye developed for this, so I do recognize them. So sometimes you don't need to cut the slopes of the highways, and in 3 or 4 years, or at least in 6 years, instead of like hot tubes for like hot wind, it will be green corridors. That's it, nature will do the job. Sometimes you need to save money, do nothing, and you will get better results. So I especially like this. And of course, go planting trees yourself. You know, last year I planted way over 100, so please beat me. I mean, that's not the mayor for so, whoever.
A new challenge, challenges for the mayors. I think that would be a great challenge. Each mayor should plant more and more trees.
That was not to the mayor, that was for everyone.
Of course, I'm joking, but I think it's a great idea. And when we talk about ancient forests, for example, the importance of ancient forests for biodiversity, the main rule is to just leave them alone for the biodiversity to restore itself. And I think this applies to the nature in the cities as well in many ways. And we can learn from nature that the less we, interfere, the more beauty and benefits it brings. So I see we're running out of time, so I have the very last question for all three of you. In business sector, especially in sustainability fields, but all other fields as well, we tend to set clear goals, such as KPIs. So we determine whether we achieved, our goals or not through these KPIs. So if you would have to set KPIs for Vilnius as a green capital of Europe for 2025, so hopefully a year later we sit on a similar stage, all four of us, and we can compare, did we achieve these KPIs or we didn't achieve them? What would be those goals and targets that we could measure and say that, we used this state as well and we improved and it was not for nothing? So perhaps Jimante with you.
Trying to be short, if we look for the result indicator, then I would think that there should be lots of events where Vilnius citizen people and business are involved with participatory approach, how, to think, to find solutions, how to make it green, or to discuss problematic issues, so really involvement. If we look for the impact indicator, that these Vilnius city people believed in the change and ready to take the challenge that Remigius just offered, just one example. So really, result indicator and impact indicator.
Anton, what about you?
You basically copied the things I wanted to say, but I will add some that do more than ever before in sustainability topics. So just, if we planted the trees, whatever we did, right? And another thing is, we can call it the happiness index, we can call it whatever we want, but this feeling of pride about what is changing in the city, I think that's really important.
I agree. That was actually in my mind as well, that Lithuanians and Vilnius citizens would be proud that, did you know that we were the green capital of Europe? And I agree with you. What about you, Mr. Remigius?
I think the most important one is, these numbers related to mobility split, and especially with pedestrian movement, because the greener the area is and the more dense it is, the more pedestrians you have. I think it combines very well the willingness to have more green areas and to have a dense city. It has to be both dense and green in order to work. So I think this is the most important. Others, okay, you may talk about this, but this is long term, of course. Short terms, of course, plant like crazy, like we have like better streets and have better public transport and bicycle routes and all these things. This kind of input indicators. But as for output, and it's longer term, it's about pedestrian movement, I think.
Beautiful. I want to thank all of you for this very interesting discussion. I will remind the audience that we were talking with Vilnius City Council member Remigius Šimašius, also a former mayor of Vilnius, also environmental expert and director of Baltic Environmental Forum Žymantas Morkvėnas, and of course Chief Sustainability Officer at City of Vilnius Anton Nikitin, and I, Rugilė Motsevičiūtė, was moderating the discussion Green City in the Making the Case of Vilnius. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you.
And enjoy your lunch.
Thank you so much, guys. I thought that you forgot one thing, that we cannot build, green city on empty stomachs.
Of course.
And in Green Capital, you can feel, smells good. Yeah, now it is time for the lunch. Please eat, drink, and be merry. And we're gonna meet you back here after a bit more than half an hour. So after 3, we expect you back because we're gonna have one more interesting keynote and 2 more interesting discussions. And the main course will be served at the networking and lounge area. So for now, bon appetit, and meet you here after 40 minutes or so. Ladies and gentlemen, after the lunch break, we kindly ask you to return to the main hall. We would like to continue in 5 minutes. One more time, ladies and gentlemen, we kindly ask you to return to the main hall because we will continue the event in a couple of minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, you have only 1 minute to return to the main celebration hall. Our event will continue in 60 seconds. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back after the lunch. I hope that all other guests and colleagues will come soon. And so far, what the best idea you've heard today? Green capital with a very short lunch break, right? But, well, I hope that more ideas will be shared on this stage, because the purpose of European Green Capital and this event is to share ideas and create new ones, and to think differently about what a city could be. And here to help us reflect on why this is important, we have Fredrik Haren, the creativity explorer. And Fredrik is a person who has dedicated his professional life to the question, how can we become even more creative? And today he will reflect on how we can become even more creative around how we think, what our cities are and what they could be. So ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together and please welcome Mr. Fredrik Haren.
Thank you very much. That was a short lunch and now we are back. I guess the purpose of today is all about sharing ideas. We heard a lot in the morning about collaboration, about communication, but underneath all of that is ideas. The only reason we have this event is for us to share ideas about how to make greener cities. And that's why I'm here to talk about with you today, about how we can become even more creative. Maybe I would like to start by adding to the slogan, The greenest city in the making by creating, by having and doing better ideas. And I have studied creativity for 25 years. So to be invited to do an 18-minute talk about creativity on a conference like this is, quite exciting for me. But how exciting is it for you? So I want to do a show of hands of the people who are in the room. How important is it to be creative in your job? Just a show of hands. How important is it to be creative in your job? Show of hands. Oh, okay. Almost everyone. Second question, and this is the more important question for me. How many of you think you actually are creative? About 60–70%. Well, I'm here to talk about why we should be more creative, and I'm going to do it from this perspective. There are basically 3 ways that we can look at how to use an event like this. And the first one, the easiest one, is to steal and borrow ideas. I'm going to use the example of a lamppost because it's such a simple little thing. And we're going to look about how we can use a lamppost to increase our creativity. The easiest way, of course, and I love this example from Vilnius, is that Vilnius has decided to do the charging stations for electric cars built into the lamppost itself. So there's now less poles needed in the city. This is a wonderful idea. Cities around the world are building charging stations for cars. They should pick this idea up and say, we should incorporate that into the lamppost. We have less stuff in our environment. We should steal more and we should copy more. Sometimes, as a creativity researcher, I get so annoyed at why is humanity not looking what everyone else is doing, and if someone does it better than we do, we should just steal it and implement it. And there are some amazing ideas presented at this conference and in this network, and you should steal them. Now, a slightly more higher level of creativity, slightly more difficult, but also slightly more valuable, is when we take the ideas that we see and we are inspired to new ideas. Let's use the example of the lamppost. And let's use the inspiration of seeing that you can take the charging pole and make it invisible inside of the lamppost. What if we make the whole lamppost invisible? So this is an idea for movies that they now use drones to film movies using drones. So what if we take this idea and say, well, maybe in some places we should not even have a lamppost. What if you just had a drone that will follow me when I walk through a forest or a park that should not be polluted by light when no one is there? So this is when we have an idea and it inspires new creativity in us. That's even more valuable but also more difficult. And then the third example, the third level, is when creativity challenges the way we think about the world. When we get our worldview distorted, when our paradigms shift. In the example of the lamppost, I love this guy, Dan Rosengard from Holland, who is experimenting with fluorescent plants, building glow-in-the-dark trees and pathways. We don't need any technology. We can let nature light up our environment for us. Now this, of course, is more provocative, more challenging, but done right, when we change our world, the way we look at the world, that's when the great ideas happen. And I'm going to talk about that one. Challenge how we think. Now, to do this, we need high-level creativity. And the highest level of creativity is imagination. So I was hoping that we could do a little exercise here today. It's a very simple exercise, but it's an imagination exercise. So now you need to be loud and not everyone at the same time, but as a group, we're going to do an imagination exercise. It goes like this. Use your imagination and say something that is impossible. Okay, you're going to say 10 things, loud and clear so I can hear you, not everyone at the same time. Use your imagination, say something that's impossible. Here we go, number 1. Carbon neutral 2030. Okay, what the hell are you doing at this conference? Now send that guy out, okay? That's not impossible. I said difficult, that's not impossible. Come on. I said impossible. Time travel, here we go. Very good. Time travel. Use your imagination, say something that's impossible. Sorry? Peace. Yeah. Peace. It's a very sad answer, but okay, peace. Use your imagination, say something that's impossible. Sorry? Fly without wings. Yes. Use your imagination, say something that's impossible. Trump landing on Mars. There's a lot of people wishing that that is possible. And I would say Elon Musk says it is possible. They're going to plant an American flag on the moon. They might as well just plant Donald Trump on the moon. No, that's not impossible. That's hard, but not impossible. I said impossible. Teleportation. Use your imagination, say something that's impossible. Sorry? Natural light in Vilnius. Underground. Something underground in Vilnius, okay? Subway in Vilnius. Is that impossible? No, that's not impossible. I said impossible. Come on. Come on. You're supposed to be creative here. Sorry? Internal engine, perpetual motion. 5 more. Sorry, what did you say? Be invisible. Invisible. 3 more, 4 more. You're doing good. Free lunch. You just had free lunch. The level of creativity is low. Come on now. Never die. Immortal. Immortal. Use your imagination. Say something that's impossible. 3 more. Sorry? Dinner with God. Now we're talking. And use your imagination. Say something that's impossible. 2 more. Now you said already. And someone else. Yes? Talk to our ancestors. Well, technically, that's a time machine. So that's not, we have that already. Something else. Come on, quickly. I only have 18 minutes. Read minds. Read the baby's mind. Okay, fine. And 1 more. See, the future is also a time machine. One more. Be Superwoman. Okay? Superman, or what superpower do you want? Superwoman. Now, what do you want to do as Superwoman? What's the impossible thing you can't do now? Fly, we have already. Come on, 1 more. Live without eating. Okay, fine. That took way too long, by the way. Now, why did we do this? We did this because my point is that if we want to create the greener cities, we can't just do what we've been doing before. We have to come up with things that never been done before. And to be honest, we've been doing cities for 6,000 years, and we as a species failed. We are not even close to building sustainable cities. We've done great work the last 50 years, but come on, what we're doing now is not nearly enough, and we have to do way better than this. That means we need to be way more creative than this. I used to live in Singapore for the last 15 years, so I'm going to use Singapore as an example. Not because it's the greenest city in the world, even though it's extremely green, but because it's the most congested city in the world. There's 7,000 people per square kilometer, and yet they have decided to go green. And they set ambitious, almost impossible goals. Like, for example, imagine if the water that comes out of the city of Singapore is cleaner than the water that comes into the city of Singapore, which it is. 40% of the water in Singapore is reverse osmosis, cleaner than the rainwater that came in. Or in Singapore, imagine if the biodiversity of Singapore would be better the more the city grows, which it is. When I moved to Singapore 15 years ago, there were no otters in the center of Singapore. They had been pushed out. When I left Singapore, they have to put up signs because the tourists are being bitten by the otters. More people in the city, higher diversity. I had monkeys in my backyard. I also had spitting cobras in my backyard, which was a bit too much biodiversity for my taste. But they did it. And maybe the coolest project I saw in Singapore was this. Imagine if we can make more food in the city that we do outside of the city. And they are not there yet. But it's almost, their goal is 30% of the food of Singapore being made in Singapore while having 7,000 people per square kilometer. And here's one of the inventions they have invested in. This sounds unbelievable, but it is called nanophonics, not aquaphonics. This is growing food in midair. No soil, no water. Aquaphonics is when you just grow the food in water. This is grow the food in air. And you put the nutrients in a gas and you push the nutrients straight into the roots, nothing else. One of these machines, as big as a refrigerator in your home, can create the equivalent of 250 kilo of lettuce per year. Which means you can be self-sufficient on your vegetables in your kitchen with existing technology. Why do we need to have the countryside make our food when we can make our own food right here in the city? It sounds unbelievable, but it's current technology. And this is how we raise our imagination and make impossible things possible. So that's Singapore, where I used to live. Because my job is to go around the world and interview the most creative people on the planet. And to do that, I thought I have to live in a city. I have to live in the most global of cities. Singapore, the best airport in the world, the best airline in the world, the most global city in the most dynamic region. Singapore, I have to be there. And it was amazing. But then the pandemic hit. And suddenly, the city lost all of its advantages. The city was not a city anymore. Singapore had extreme lockdown rules. You can only go 2 people to a restaurant. You have to wear a mask in a park. Nothing that makes a city was there. And I decided, do I really have to be here? So I left Singapore during the pandemic and I moved there to a tiny little island in Sweden. And I said to myself, now I'm going to lose all this connectivity that I had when I lived in a city. But what we learned in the pandemic was that this was not true. Suddenly, I lost nothing. Because today, a city is not a physical place. A city is a mentality. As long as you have the mentality that you want to connect with human beings around the world and get access to knowledge and information, you can sit anywhere and have the same access as you did in a city. Ask yourself this question: what would you rather be? What would be better if you want to be a creative person? To live in Vilnius but have no access to the internet? Or live on an island and have access to the internet? Which one has better access to human connectivity, human knowledge, human inspiration? I love Vilnius, but that island is better connected. So that's what I did. And it turns out I'm still interviewing one person a day. This is a head of marketing of the largest IT company in Africa. That's the minister of environment in Bhutan. Every day I talk to someone around the world to learn about creativity. I even have a private yoga teacher who sits in India, $15 an hour. I am just as connected as I was in Singapore. Now you might think this sounds like I'm doing an argument against the city. I am not doing an argument against the city. I am challenging what a city could be. But you see, this island is not the opposite of a city. This island is in a city. It's called Stockholm. I work from here, but it's located there. I am just 18 minutes from the absolute center of Stockholm by car. 38 minutes by bus and subway. But next year, when they introduce this, the flying electric boat, I will be 15 minutes away from the absolute center of Stockholm by commuting on a ferry that uses 95% less fuel than a normal ferry. 95% less. It uses less power than a hybrid bus, even though it's a boat. And suddenly, I am as close, living in inner city Stockholm, even though I live on an island. That is the mentality. Not everyone can live on an island, of course, but Stockholm is becoming a greener city by connecting its citizens through a technology that was science fiction 5 years ago. They actually built this boat right outside of my island. And I drove the prototype a couple of years ago. And now they're launching it next summer. This is the level of creativity I want us to strive for. Now here's the problem. But the problem here is that all of you said that creativity is important in your job. And most of you said also that you were creative. You are quite a creatively confident group. But then we are here on a conference about ideas with an author of creativity books specifically asking you to use your imagination and say something that's impossible. It couldn't be clearer than that. Now let me ask you a question. How many different answers are there to this exercise? How many things could you have said? Use your imagination and say something that's impossible. How many answers are there? How many? Billions, trillions. You could have said anything. You could have said this: it's impossible for these two pens to right now fly up with rockets on their back, mate in midair, fly into your nose and smoke. That's impossible. You could have said it's impossible to touch love. There's a million trillion things you could have said, but you didn't. You said these 10. So let's see how you did. I say 10, you say 10. Are you ready? Hold on to your hats. First we have fly. Look at this. Here we have fly. Then we have walk or what? Time travel or faster than light. Here we have time travel. Live forever or awaken the dead. Here we have immortal. Walk to the sun. Perpetuum mobile. Here we have perpetuum mobile. Teleport or invisible. Here we have invisible. Here we have teleport. Breathe underwater. Men have babies. Peace on earth. Here we have peace on earth. You say 10. I say 10. The first 7 is on my list. There's a million trillion things you could have said. Or to summarize, you suck. Why? Why did I get 7 out of 10? Now your mind, no. My answer was 2 pens mating in midair. Exactly, because you did not do what I asked you to do. I said, use your imagination and say something that's impossible. But what did you do? You thought I was a teacher, and you thought you were going to give the right answer, so you gave me knowledge. I'm going to say something I've heard is impossible, okay? I like this. Where is this? Immortal. Is this a new idea, or have we heard this one before? It's 3,000 years old. It's Buddha's idea, okay? All of these first 7, none of them is creativity or imagination. Everything is just knowledge. You just gave me things you've already heard before. And this is the problem. How are we going to develop green, sustainable cities that have to be different than what we have been doing up to now? Because what we're doing now sucks. How are we going to do that if the answers we come up with are just answers of things we've already heard? We have to try harder, much harder. There's nothing more important for humanity to figure out how to build sustainable societies. It's your job to do it. We have to try harder. Now, you might think right now that I'm an asshole, and that's okay. I'm going to finish by telling you why I did this exercise. 2 people are running around in the forest trying to kill each other. One of them thinks they are invisible. They are not invisible, but he thinks they are invisible. They each have a gun. Who is going to die? The one who thinks they are invisible. Because the one who thinks they are invisible, he's just going to walk around like this. But the other guy who knows that they can be seen, he's going to hide behind the bush and he's going to shoot the other guy. Correct? You are here now and you have just learned something. You have learned that you are not creative. Everyone else working with green cities and all the other cities around the world, they still think they are creative. At least you know you're not. Who has an advantage? You have an advantage. But you can now say, we need to try harder. And that's my message to you. We need to try much harder to create these green cities that we all want to live in. And I beg you to do exactly that. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. That was really quick. Many thanks to Fredrik. And well, I hope that we're gonna have some time later tonight to talk about the creativity at the evening reception. But before that, we are moving to yet another interesting discussions, and we're gonna have two of them now. And again, I would like to invite back to the stage Ms. Rugėlė Matusevičiūtė, sustainability writer, climate change activist, EU Climate Pact ambassador. Let's talk more. Hello, hello again. Just you need to switch it on. Yeah, it should work. Yeah. I can borrow mine. Okay.
Thank you very much. Hi again. Hello, everyone, to those who I haven't seen before. I'm very excited because we will now have a quite broad and big discussion. And here on stage, you can see quite a lot of chairs because quite a lot of important and interesting people will join me to talk about the Green Capital experience, those who already were the Green Capital of Europe and those who will be in the future. So it is my pleasure to invite on stage, and I will name all of the participants. Hopefully they are getting ready, getting set up. Mr. Yevgeny Osinovsky, who is mayor of Tallinn, and Tallinn was European Green Capital in 2023. Tere, is that the correct? Tere. Tere. Please choose the chair. Continuing, we have Ms. Trud Rauken, Department of Environment and Transport of Oslo Municipality, and Oslo was a European Green Capital in 2019. Ms. Trude. Hello. Also joining us, we have Mr. Niko Kiinarainen, and I'm very sorry if I butchered that. He is mayor of Lahti, and Lahti was also European Green Capital in 2021. Hello? Thank you. Also joining us, we have Ms. Margot Beller. She's Deputy Mayor of Grenoble, and Grenoble was European Green Capital in 2022. Bonjour. Also joining us is Simone Raskop, Head of Department of Environment and Mobility and Transport in Essen, Germany. Simone, can we? Yes. Welcome. And finally, joining us is Adelina Pinto. She is Deputy Mayor of Guimarães, who was a Green Capital and will be, a Green Capital in 2026. Hello, please join us. Oh, so many matching suits. Very nice look. So, the majority of you have already been in the position of owning the status of the Green Capital. So you know what it's like, and Adelina will probably listen very attentively, trying to learn from what is going to probably happen to them very, very soon, and the experiences that might take. But also, I think Vilnius is happy to be a year later, give the status to you and to Gimaresh, and hopefully you will have something to learn from us as well. But for the beginning, this question to all of you, and we will start perhaps you. Reflecting on your experience as a green capital, is there something that you could pinpoint, a few aspects that you are most proud of, that your city has achieved and hopefully continue to do in a position being a green capital that was successful and Vilnius and other cities could learn from you?
Good afternoon. I think that the main sort of focus of our Green Capital year was to do things that would actually carry on in the years after the title. So it's not just a title year, but actually to catalyze some kind of change and use this opportunity for that. And I think obviously we started a lot of new different projects in terms of biodiversity, climate action, and so on. But I think the biggest sort of change was in the mindset of the city government system. So we actually used it to make all our departments horizontally to think about the climate and ecological issues, even those departments that usually do not. So that there is a climate aspect to planning, obviously, but there is a climate aspect also to healthcare and social care, and so on. So I think that this is something that is most durable, on which we have now seen that it is much easier to argue for or come up with ideas, horizontal ideas within the city government system.
Thank you. And just circling a bit back before moving forward, Vilnius talks a lot about transport as one of the issues that needs to be resolved, and it's one of the biggest challenges for a green capital, but any big city of Europe or the world. Do you have any tips or advice how to solve these issues? Perhaps your own experience being the mayor of Tallinn, especially since I know some of your transport is for free, which we often mention as a great example.
Yes, Tallinn city transport is free for our residents, but it's not only free, it's actually very good. And we are investing heavily. We have been investing heavily even before the Green Capital year and after that to build new tram lines and renew the rolling stock and so on. But this is, I think, the easier part. The only difficulty is to have money, which is not easy, but we know how to do it. But the more difficult issue, of course, is in a situation of a finite room in the city. Obviously, most of the changes that we need to do in order to be sustainable in our transportation system demand to reduce the room there for private vehicles. And obviously, as every politician knows, that this is not an easy thing to do. And now I think that is one of the sort of key issues where I think that all of us could be better, and Tallinn for sure, is how to actually engage local populations, local communities in promoting that change, to reduce the conflicts that are linked with those comprehensive transformations that will be needed during the decades to come.
Thank you. So moving forward with the same question, reflecting on your year as a green capital, what sustained? You know, we use the word sustainability. Is there something that remained that you're really proud of and you managed to continue to improve in your city?
Thank you. When Oslo became the European Green Capital, it was a big deal. 2019 was a year of sort of celebrating the environment, sustainability, climate, etc., bringing on board citizens and businesses. All very important. But since we're also talking about some of the main challenges in cities when it comes to transport, being able to electrify our entire public transit system has been a goal, and which we achieved last year. We achieved it before we actually had set the target. And as you say, one thing is to have the money to do it. The other thing is to have the technology available, and using something as boring as public procurement to achieve this is what we see as sort of our main tool, and which we're further developing. is using procurement and standards to drive innovation and technology development that we need to see happen for us to reach our targets.
Thank you. I think most of us, when think of sustainable transport and sustainability in general, think of Oslo as one of the great examples. And you've mentioned, you know, everything, all the transport being electrified, but also so many people, you know, using bicycles to move, to work, to drive their kids to school by bicycles and so on. So I think the biggest question is, was there a moment where you noticed the shift in the mindset? Was it always that the people that lived in Oslo were for moving sustainably using public transport, or was there a moment where, you know, most of them used private cars and there was a need to change that and you managed to find a way? Because I think a lot of cities can relate to this difficulty of changing the residents' mindset towards movement and sustainable transportation.
Well, I think we're not going to claim the title to be sort of the most bicycle-friendly city in Europe. Quite a few cities are much better than us. But it's always a question of sort of having your day come together, right? So if it's easier to use public transit than to drive your car, then you're going to choose public transport. That's how it is. You have to make public transport, walking, and biking the most efficient, the most practical way of making your day come together. If it's difficult to leave your car somewhere, you're not going to bring it with you, right? So we have removed a lot of on-street parking. We have built out the bicycle infrastructure substantially. And Oslo is also a very walkable city. And so most of our daily trips are actually made on foot. And I think it's not necessarily a moment, it's just that you realize that the easiest, the most efficient way to get around is either to walk, bike, or use public transport.
I guess it's also when it becomes the sort of a positive trend where you coming somewhere with your private car becomes a matter of distaste, you know, oh, you drove your car here? You could have taken a bus, you could have walked. And when this happens in a community, the positive result is very fast. Would you agree with that?
Absolutely. I mean, if I bring my car ever into the city, I feel sort of ashamed. So I can relate.
Beautiful. Mr. Nico, you were European Green Capital in 2021. So the same question, is there something that remains that you're very proud of that you've achieved? But also adding to that, it was the year, still during COVID, let's say, after COVID, but still COVID pretty much continued. Has that somehow changed your experience? Did it make it more difficult? And can you relate to that?
Well, I think the biggest thing actually is that these green city issues are still the strategic core of our city, and I think that also helped because we had it during the COVID time, because everybody is still a kind of an ongoing process. So it was not only 1 year, but it's an ongoing process, everyday life, and that's, I think, the biggest thing. Our journey started with the restoration of Lake Vesijärvi, and as we perhaps know that rivers and lakes produce quite the same amount of green emissions than shipping or aviation in the world, and we have done a lot, but we are still doing a lot, and I think that's one key element that we haven't stopped, and we are continuing on the big things. The other thing, I think it's in an innovation game that we have produced new clusters with our innovation ecosystem because of the green capital. So nowadays we have the electric mobility cluster, we have the circular economy cluster in our city, and the University of Applied Sciences are promoting these clusters. So it's a huge thing for the city development and the city growth.
So would you say that, I think all of the cities sort of determine which is going to be their focus point, right? Somebody focuses on transport, somebody focuses on biodiversity. Would you say that innovation, technology, and education was one of the aspects that you tried to focus the most during that year and continue to do so after being the Green Capital?
Yeah, and as we just heard that you have to always also imagine and do something new, innovate, and kind of try to be the forerunner. For example, this year our council made a decision of being nature positive in 2030, so one of the forerunners in that case also. So all the time kind of pushing the life and the citizens, promoting these big goals.
Beautiful. Madame Urgo, you were deputy mayor of Grenoble and European capital. Grenoble was European Green Capital in 2022. So I've myself visited Grenoble, a pretty, not a very big town, but beautiful, amazing, a lot of greenery. Was it easy to bring this idea to the citizens of Grenoble, saying we're going to be the green capital? Did they support it?
One of the best lessons we learned during this year, when we are European Green Capital, is cooperation. I think we already had a lot of programs for local democracy in Grenoble, but the participation of citizens is really important for the transition. And for the success of this year, it was very important because cooperation allowed us to move faster. And with cooperation, we have launched new initiatives since this year. We launched affordable school meal for disadvantaged families. We love, and you talk about that, free transport public for low-income residents, food security program too, and we launched recently a grown-up cycling school for accelerating our ambitions to learn bike for everything. Sorry.
Perfect. Madame Simone, Essen, Germany, Green Capital of Europe again. What is something you would determine as your biggest achievements? And again, did you manage to sustain it? Because I think it's very important. We keep remembering that for 1 year you have the status. You're very proud of it. You have the support of the communities, of European commissions, and then it passes. And how do you sustain this momentum, and especially from the communities and from the citizens?
Yes, I think once green capital, always green capital. And I think you don't reach your goals in the year of the green capital year. You have a vision for the next 10, 15 years, but you need sustainability after the year to reach your goals. So we decided in the green capital year to make a green capital agency after the year. And this agency has now more than 30 persons who work there, and they have also money. You need money, you need staff to make the monitoring of the goals of your year. And we make a monitoring report every 2 years in our city, in our Ratssitzungen, and our management CEO staff reports every year. We make it, and then they see if it's green, is it red, if it's yellow. And my mayors say always, no, we don't want red points in your monitoring report, so you must give us more resources to reach the goals. And our legacy is our mobility transition. We have a lot of cars in Germany and a lot of cars in Essen, and we must change to public transport and to bicycle and to pedestrians. And this is our legacy, and it's a hard discussion every meeting in our city hall about transport problems, and this is our main legacy. Yeah.
I think there's an ongoing topic of transport being one of those crucial issues, especially for bigger cities. So probably a roundtable discussion is very much welcome after this, or doing maybe the networking session to share experiences between towns and cities, how they manage to solve it, because I think we have beautiful examples managed to do so. So it still, of course, remains a problem for many cities. Madame Adelina, I think I'm very happy that you're here on stage, and happy that Guimarães is going to be the Green Capital in 2026. I do believe you were fighting for the title for 2025 alongside Vilnius. So it's happy that we won for 2025. I'm happy for you for 2026, but hopefully happy to have you here on stage to celebrate with us this year. But what would you say are distinct aspects that made you won for 2026? What does Guimarães already do or plan to do that was enough to prove that you can be the Green Capital for next year?
Well, we believe and we know now, today, that we are not creative. So we are not creative. Our problems of our cities are the same. Our mobility, the problem of mobility, of green areas, whatever, that's our problem. The city of Guimarães is a city of the north of Portugal, in a small, middle city in the south of Europe. So we have really to be creative. We have to have another solutions that the other cities have in another ways, because they are bigger, they have more money, they have more capacity to do that. So Guimarães is thinking to 10 years ago, how can the city be more sustainably? And that with the budget of the city, we have no much budget. So we are investing in the people, because that does cost money. Guimarães have 160,000 people. They know us, they know the mayor, they know the deputy mayor, we are in the street, everyone talks to us. So it is a bigger responsibility, because we have to explain why we are doing this. And what the measure we do about mobility or about green areas, it's not good for the people. They don't understand why they can't have their car until their schools, and so we have to explain. And to explain that, Guimarães has this opportunity to do more knowledge, more information, more education to our population. They understand why this is the different, why we want to be different, because we have to do a better future to our kids. That's what we really want. And when we begin in 2013, that's really what we want to do. Guimarães, it's a cultural city, an historical city. There was born Portugal, so we have a lot of things. But we want to be a different city. So sustainability, it's very important. That's why we apply in 2017, we apply in 2023, and we don't win because Vilnius wins. I don't know if I forgive them, but okay, I'm here. I will give a hug to the mayor. It's okay, no problem about. And we will be Green Capital in 2026. And it is very, very important for Portugal. And I think it's very, very important to all the middle cities, because we don't change the world alone. No one changes the world alone. So we have to inspire other cities. And Guimarães is a small city. There's no money, but there is focus, there is political mind, and there is education to change the world. That's why we are here, and that's why we are so happy to be Green Capital in 2026.
Beautiful, thank you. I think here amongst the listeners, we have the mayor, we have a lot of people from the administration, we have the chief sustainability officer, and all of them are probably keen to learn from your experiences and find ways to improve the green capital status and, be as efficient and as effective in their solutions as possible. So I would like to ask you to give us 1 or 2 tips from your experience being the green capital, and I think Adelina will support that as well, nodding her head, just saying 1 or 2 things that, Vilnius has to keep in mind and Guimarães has to keep in mind to make this status as beautiful, as entertaining, enjoyable for the citizens, for the locals, and for the tourists, and for the whole Vilnius. So perhaps starting with the mayor of Tallinn.
I think, obviously, a lot of, as many of you have said, that a lot of like real work on those structural challenges that we have. It takes, a decade, maybe more. But it's, I think, very important during that year not to get bogged down by the fact that some of the projects actually, will take 5 years to execute. Because obviously people demand or await results during that year, and one can get into a rather sort of dissonance of action and expectations that if the green capital does something that is ungreen, then you will be actually, citizens will be much more critical than in any other year than during the green capital year. What we did during that time is to actually try to pilot new solutions. So to show, what the world or what the city would look like if we do it on a master scale all across the city. But we will start in a few spaces here and there. Tactical urbanism, try to close a traffic lane here, substitute it for a bike lane, something like that. Obviously, otherwise, all the procurement process, the green capital year is over before you actually get there. But you can actually, with some quick fixes, quick solutions, you can add greenery to some places and show, look, this is how it will look like. You can close off the car traffic, even for some time, for the summer, for example, to show that, look, this is how actual streets should look like if we do it properly. And then you will learn, as we learned, that some of the solutions that we piloted, for example, for the summer, are still there. Because actually people got used to them, and then they thought, wow, this is actually quite nice that there are less cars here, the speeds are down, and you can cycle. And these kinds of changes, it's much easier to implement them this way.
Would you agree that sometimes it's difficult to start a pilot version of a project that, it's not politically popular, especially, politicians often think, for their, they're going to be a mayor or part of the administration for 4 years or similar time, and, then trying a pilot version of something that might not be very popular can be something that the administration might want to avoid, just not to ruin their reputation. So how to find the balance between trying new things, setting an example, being brave, but also, keeping the reputation of the green capital not as something that, there's a bunch of pilot stuff that we don't really enjoy and they're doing this weird stuff to the city. So how to balance that?
Well, it's hard to be a politician. But I heard that from your mayor in the morning that you have still 2 years until local elections, so don't worry. My elections are this year, so I wouldn't try. But more seriously, I think it's very important to think about how to actually engage the community in supporting those kinds of things. You can envision those changes together and so on. I mean, the methodology is there, and there are different methodologies how to do that. Because obviously in our cities, you can't say that, the public opinion is against bicycles and 4 cars. Yes, a lot of people who drive cars are, obviously not going to be very happy if you reduce traffic lanes, but the people who actually are unhappy about the noise, about the pollution, about the traffic deaths are also there, and they're also our citizens. And I mean, if you can engage them and get them on your side and be vocal about their demands, then I think it's possible.
Mr. Ruda, what would be your advice? What would the city of Oslo recommend to the green capital, Vilnius? 1 or 2 tips
for the year. As we know, it's not necessarily to sort of inform your citizens about everything that you're doing in terms of bureaucracy and systems change, etc. But it's sort of doing the groundwork to do more ambitious things as we move forward. I mean, one important thing that we sort of launched during our year as Green Capital was electrification of building sites or in construction. So right in the city center, we had the first fully electric construction site with electric diggers and I can't remember all the English terms for different machines, but all electric machinery. And that was in 2019. I think we had like 5 electrical diggers in Oslo. And we used this really showcase this pilot. January this year, zero emission construction site is the standard for all city-owned construction. That's 20% of the construction happening in city. In Oslo is now zero emission. And again, not going to talk too long about procurement, but using the year to show that this is actually possible, the technology is there, and then sort of lay the groundwork, do that, sort of put the groundwork down so that you can go big scale on this later on.
Thank you. Mr. Nico, what would be your advice?
Well, I suggest that be bold with the brand. So as stated already, that nobody takes this away. And it's like Mercedes-Benz that they said that best or nothing. So you are now the best. So one of the best. So be proud with this brand and use it. And when thinking of Lahti, what was a real game changer also was that the companies was along with this brand. And when I look my city now in 25 or 24, basically all the investments that came in the city outside the city or inside the city had something to do with the image of green capital, green city Lahti. So I think this making it really bold, that's my suggestion to you.
So collaboration with, because that was one of the questions, how to collaborate with businesses as well. Not only the communities and society, but of course for cities, one of the key goals is to expand and grow the economy and build, more workspaces and stuff like that. So how to find that connection with the businesses and prove them that, you can also use this as a benefit for your own good, that this year we're the green capital. So finding this connection, what was your way? How did you communicate with the businesses?
Well, through different things. So we had seminars, we had 2-2 talks. As I mentioned already, the university and the University of Applied Sciences has a big role because they are also changing the companies, doing something for the future. I think these elements are the biggest one. But for us, it was also quite easy because the companies had already been alongside with us from the 70s, restoring the lake, for example, as I mentioned already. So they were already accompanied when we made decision to apply to green capital. So, but you can talk to everyday life about these things, and then also to show it in the strategy in the city level.
Yes, I did see that Vilnius is already inviting a lot of businesses to become partners and find their way to become part of the green capital, perhaps offering some sort of, from simple such things as discounts, but also initiatives or something new to the visitors of Vilnius. So I think it's a great advice. Ms. Margot, what about Grenoble? What would be your advice? What can we learn from your experience?
Yes, well, I think ecology cannot go without social and solidarity. And this is what we think in Grenoble since many years now. And for each initiative, we ask ourselves about social impact, and we make a choice about that. And in France, the public service is there to help everyone, and particularly the most vulnerable, and it's the way of our action. We have always based the axis of green capital initiative on solidarity between the citizens. It was the most important act of our team in Grenoble. And I advise today to do the same, because I think it's a good way to engage citizens too in this year. Yes.
Ms. Simone, what would be your advice?
I think don't forget to have a good year with the inhabitants. Have fun, make party, and be in a good mood for your staff, because the staff is also tired in this year. And they also should have a wonderful year. They remember 10 years later, 20 years later. So don't forget yourself in the year. And I think it's also necessary that the inhabitants, as a bottom-up approach, don't forget this year, and that you find a good way, like the other partners here said, that they have fun also in the next years. And sometimes it's very small ideas, like we made small money for ideas for our inhabitants. They got 500 euros, 1,000 euro for sustainable ideas in the city, and we make it until now. And so we have now 1,000 small projects since 2017, and they all documented. You can see them in the internet. Well, and so they are very proud that they made these small projects every year new, and so I think it's necessary to find a way, also with small things, to make this bottom-up approach sustainable.
Amazing. So I tried to summarize in my head. So it's trying out pilot versions, infrastructure and energy, innovations, partnering with businesses, communities, and having fun. Bottom-up approach, but most importantly, having fun. I think it's things we can write down in our to-do list.
It's
hopefully,
normal for Germany is fun, but sometimes we can do
yes,
it.
of course. It's always important to have fun. If it's not fun, it's nobody's participating. Ms. Adelina, I think for you, of course, the question will be a bit different because hopefully next year we will give you advice on what we experienced, but. Just like in previous discussion, we first began with, saying things that we're proud of what our city has done. And I will try to ask that to all of you, but I will start with Ms. Adelina. What are the difficulties and challenges that you have to agree that at the moment your city is still facing as a flaw, and something that, you still have to work on, and it might be one of the biggest challenges while being the green capital as well?
Well, I think that's the most difficult problem. It's about mobility. It's really, really mobility. And it's a middle city. We don't have underground. We have a lot of difficulties about public mobility, so it's not free. We have no capacity to do that. So it's really, really a big, big difficulty because it's all about quality of air, about noise, about everything, about stress, about health. Everything is there. So I think this is a problem, not for 1 year. It's not resolved in 1 year because we will be green capital, but we are absolutely convinced that we have to invest there and to convince our people that they have to be different. But I want to say something because it's very important for these cities and for Vilnius now. We have to communicate very much this proud of being or have been green capital. It's very, very important because for the future, it's important for our people. In Guimarães, they are so proud because we'll be green capital in 2026, and they have to be proud. Guimarães was capital of culture in 2012, and today they are always proud because it has changed the city. So we have to communicate more about what is the green capital, not only local, but European. We have really to say it's very, very important to the cities because it helps when we do things. It's not popular things we have to do, but if the population are proud, they accept very differently.
I said that I will ask about flaws and issues, but I do want to finish on a positive note, and I think we have touched quite a ton of issues, especially transport would probably be one of the most popular answers. So I changed my mind. I'm asking a different question because when Ms. Simone was, you mentioned that you started and did almost 1,000 different small projects. So I want to ask all of you, is there a specific small, perhaps an initiative or a thing in your town that you just love about your town and that you would like everybody to see? For example, in Vilnius, I love community gardens. I love that Vilnius is embracing this, that people are growing their own food, find this place to learn about food and how it's grown and eat sustainable and fresh and here-made food. And I think it's beautiful for the communities, and I'm really proud of that. Is there something in your town? It might be a small or a very big project, but you just really, really, really love it. So perhaps Ms. Simone, starting with you.
Yeah, I try it in English. In Germany, it's the name Gießkannenhelden. These are persons who use the roof water in big bottles, 1,000 liter bottles, and use it to spend in the summertime the waters for our trees. And we have now so much from these persons who do this. I think more than 2,000, I think, in Essen. And we have a lot of these big resorts with water from private roofs and also from public housing roofs. And they work alone with small money from the public sector. And it was in Essen they started, and now it's in other cities in the metropolis Ruhr. We have there 5 million inhabitants. So this project goes out of Essen to the next. And I think this was also the idea to use good ideas from other cities and do the same. I think it's the best practice is, I think, a wonderful idea to make this in other cities.
Absolutely. Ms. Margot, is there something in Grenoble you would like to show to everybody and say, this is what our city is about?
I woch like to speak about our major urban planning program for children, whose name is in French Place aux Enfants, but it's a children's square. We make more walkable in front of all the schools of the city. In Grenoble, there are 60 schools in the city. This program beginning before Green Capital European, but we try to adapt our public space always today. And it's a big challenge, but you can see in Grenoble, in front of all the school, no car pass, a lot of tree, playground for children, and it's maybe in other countries it's normal, but in France there are bad habits to drop his children in front of the school in car, and this program can transform the habit of the citizen. So we are very proud of this program, and we lot of talk about during our year of Green Capital, but it's always in progress, and it's never finished because in the future we want to adapt for the very young children and for the teenage, and it's in working.
Beautiful. Mr. Nico.
Yeah, because for us also the mobility is the biggest problem. So I have to say that because we have high hills in Lahti, so the e-bikes, of course, is one element to ease up the life. But then we are an outdoor city, and we know that in planetary health that our citizens also lack the time in the nature, and that's why there are doctors in Lahti that gives prescriptions to the patients that go outside and to the nature, and I think that's a beautiful element.
Amazing. That's actually, I hear from more and more forest therapy experts and doctors that's the biggest cure is going outside, being in the nature, and for doctors to acknowledge that and to cure their patients that way, it's a big improvement. And I think it sounds simple, but it's very innovative in our day and age.
Yeah, and can give us billions of euros for doing that.
Absolutely, amazing. Ms. Simone, sorry, I'm moving the wrong way. Ms. Trude, what would be your advice?
Well, sort of latching on to Lahti Oslo is 2/3 forest. So being able to offer nature and giving people access to nature is extremely important to Oslo. You can take the tram, the subway, and the bus to get to the forest. So you don't really need a car even. But also, we say the blue and the green and the city in between. And so the green is the forest, and then there's the blue, which is the fjord. And the way we have sort of opened up the whole harbor to giving it back to the citizens and also, of course, to anyone who visits us, has been, of course, not just a small project, but it has been a transformation of the city that has made it much more enjoyable for everyone who lives in Oslo and who visits. So I think I'll end on that.
Beautiful. And finally, Mr. Evgeny, what would be one thing you're very proud of your town to have?
I'm not that much into cute things. So my favorite is making our district heating system carbon neutral in a couple of years. We have still 25% running on natural gas, and we will substitute that for industrial heat pumps that will use the seawater to heat our homes. So there will be kilometers of pipes in the Bay of Tallinn, and I think it's a nice idea how to use our seaside location in order to actually achieve our climate goals.
Amazing. And then finally, Ms. Adelina, is there one thing that you would say that, Gimaresh, you're very proud that your city already has that, achieved that, or will achieve in the very near future?
I have a lot, but I will
correct answer.
choose one. Well, I choose education. I'm very proud what schools are doing in this way, in this path. We have a strong program from education since kindergarten to secondary school and now to university. And all the students have programs about recycling, about mobility, about biodiversity, everything, and how they change, how they really change, and how they change their parents, their family. So that's why we are invest so much in that. The program in Portuguese says pegadas, it's footprint. It's to every student know their footprint and how we have to reduce our footprint. So it's the most important program we have. One of the most important programs.
Beautiful. Thank you very much. I would like to thank all of you, first of all, for your efforts to make your cities greener and to participating with me in this discussion. Hopefully you will have time to explore more of Vilnius, see what we've already done that we're already proud of. Thank you very much again, and I will let you now go and network and enjoy your time in Vilnius while I will invite the other participants to join me and talk about the green leaf. Thank you. Thank you. So while my colleagues will prepare this stage briefly, because we will have a bit of few members on the stage, we will continue the inspiring session, the path to greener cities. But now we will talk about the European Green Leaf Award. So for those who don't know, European Green Leaf is awarded to a bit smaller towns of Europe who are doing a lot to help fight climate change, environmental pollution, promote sustainability ideas, and much, much more. So participating with me in this discussion, we will have Miss Benita Frerichs-Tenhagen. She is from Winterswijk, Netherlands, and they were European Green Leaf in 2022. So Miss Benita, can I invite you to the stage? Hello. Yes, please choose which seat, whatever you want. Also, we have Ms. Gita Larsen, Chief Consultant at Climate Secretariat at Elsinore Municipality. Elsinore was European Green Leaf in 2024. Continuing, we have Ms. Juana Rotari. She is civil servant at Treviso, Italy, and they are the current European Green Leaf in 2025, so sharing this beautiful status with Vilnius. We also have on stage the mayor of Treviso, and Treviso, oh, sorry, I mixed it up. Sorry, mixed it up. We have also Mr. Jordi Mazon, who is deputy mayor of Villa de Cans, European Green Leaf in 2025. I think that's a mistake. I'm so sorry. I have to make quick. Villa de Cans, 2024.
No,
2024, is that correct?
No, 2025.
2025. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. It's just, you know, a lot of people, a lot of work. So hopefully you will not be very mad about that. But the European Green Leaf, okay, so we've probably heard a lot about, European Green Capital, Vilnius. I've mentioned that a million times here already, and it's a very popular status. A bit less people know about Green Leaf because it's usually awarded for smaller towns. But do you think that in reality, it is more difficult for a bigger city to be sustainable or for a smaller city? And would you agree that perhaps when you are a smaller city, these changes can happen more rapid? And in your experience, is that true that, doing these stages, these initiatives, these pilot versions that we talked about previously, perhaps it is a bit easier when you're not as big of a city? Perhaps starting with you, Miss.
Thank you. I really don't think it's easier. I think we both have different challenges. Winterswijk is, for the context, a smaller community, 30,000 inhabitants, but it's also a community of a municipality with a large countryside. So we have a small town in the Netherlands. Example, challenges like people on a cycle. That's not a challenge for Winterswijk, because in the Netherlands, people are almost born on a cycle, so everybody cycles. But alone, in a small municipality, we can do nothing. We have to connect to other municipalities. And that's the connection, conferences with each other, that's challenging.
Mm-hmm. Continuing with the same question, is there more challenges? Yeah.
I think in some way making pilot projects is a lot easier when you're a small municipality, because from the idea to the decision of trying something, at least in our municipality, there's a very short way. So during the Green Leaf year, we tried a lot of new things. Making it permanent initiatives, of course, is more challenging, because then you have to have more money and maybe a bigger decisions.
I think that on one side it's more difficult in considering resources, human resources and economic resources. On the other side, being small means being closer to the citizens, and this can help to make change easier.
I am the same question now, the same answer than my colleagues. I think it depends on the city, where it's located. Because, for instance, in our case, Viladecans is located in the middle of the metropolitan area of Barcelona. So we are a mid-sized city, but the connection with Viladecans to the Barcelona city is the main mobility that we have. So the political that we are implementing depends on the metropolitan area where we are. So my answer is depending on the city where it's located. It is not the same a city as Viladecans, for instance, that it is located in the metropolitan area, than a city as Viladecans located in the middle of no metropolitan area. So it depends on where is the city. In our case, if we compare Barcelona with Viladecans, for instance, I think that Viladecans is easier because we are closer to the citizens. The surrounding and the environment are more favorable to this greening or the politicians, the political. But we have difficulties because the budget is low than the big cities. So there is 50-50, I think.
I think we've heard in previous discussions that community engagement is very important. And would you agree that in smaller cities, perhaps connecting with the community, gathering the people, in a way it's easier because you can, of course, less people, easier to find a connection with them. But in the same way, I've lived in smaller towns. Sometimes a small community tends to have sort of tensions. Everybody knows one another sometimes, and this also causes some type of friction and challenges. So what is your relationship with the community and how they accept or don't accept the ideas of sustainability? And do you agree that community is the key towards having a green town or a green city?
I agree. And it's all about awareness. And maybe the word can be easier spread in a smaller community. The people have to know why it's so important to be more sustainable.
Continuing the same question, yeah.
Yeah. In Elsinore, we tried to use what we call the neighbor effect. And we trained around 30 citizens. We trained them in starting green communities and doing biodiversity projects or circular economy projects together. And then we had some funding. But educating 30 people going back to their local communities and doing things was an efficient way to spread the message and to have activities.
What would be those people that you would recommend choosing? Is it teachers, public workers? What would you recommend?
We were inviting all citizens and local organizations, so it was some people represented a local community or maybe the golf club or something like that, and others were just very interested in the climate action.
So continuing with the same question, yeah.
Yeah, we have started involving the community, and talking about community, I'm talking about citizen association, business, union business, since we started with the application for the Greenleaf Award that for us in Treviso started back in 2021, took a few years to get the award. And we all the initiatives that we have planned for this year are focused on involving all the citizens, all the community, from the students to the older people. So that's the main focus of our year, is just to educate and motivate people to change, make them think that change is possible, and that each of us can do something. Because sometimes, for example, Treviso is located in the Po area, and it's an area that is known as having really poor air quality. So when we decide to apply for the award, we didn't have the right condition to compete in this award. However, we wanted to compete even to move our citizens from resignation to action. There is some factor that we cannot change, but there is something that we can do to change. And that's how we will work on this.
Mr. Jordi, the same question for you.
Yeah. We are working since a long time ago with the communities, with the associations, entities in Viladecans. So it is easy for us to mobilize the entities in the city. As example, last Saturday, we started the Greenleaf year 2025. Close to 600 people come to the theater in the city with many entities. And this mobilization is as a consequence of our experience in creating learning communities by the Vilabat project, that it was a European project in 2016. And so in our case, it is easy to mobilize. And every year, for instance, in May, we organize a spring party, and thousands of citizens are participating in these activities. So we think that it is easy to mobilize the citizens. There are engagement. All the politicians and all the action that we are doing are at the base. The base is the citizen, or are the citizens. So always we take into account the citizens for the activities and the political that we are developing. So I think this is a key point in our strategy in the city.
I think every city has its, culture and traditions, but sometimes you can feel the culture and traditions even more in smaller towns. Perhaps the residents manage to continue with some cultural aspects of their town that they're known of. When you were applying and being the Greenleaf city, how did you incorporate what your town is about, its cultures and traditions? with sustainability? And did you have that in mind that, your city is proud of something, how can that also be sustainable and incorporated in tradition and culture of the town?
In Winterswijk, it helped. We already worked longer on sustainability. Since 2009, we already had a treaty with neighbor municipalities on this subject. What makes us strong is a trust in each other. And a bit compared to what Gitte just said, in Winterswijk we have a center for sustainability. It's a sort of shop. And there we have several volunteers. And they, in English we call them a saving buddy. And they come at home, at people's places to see where people can save energy. So the trust that people have in each other, they let someone in their house they actually don't know, but they get the possibility to see where they can make changes in their home.
Oh, beautiful idea. Thank you. Same question.
Yeah, like in Winterswijk, Elsinore had a long climate tradition. We got a climate secretariat in 2009. So we had a lot of experience making climate actions. And actually talking about the cultural life, we are a cultural city too. We had a shipyard 20 years ago. When it closed, we changed the harbor area to a cultural area instead. And when we got the Greenleaf Prize, our cultural institution came and asked whether we could make a partnership. So we had a special partnership together with the cultural institutions, and they helped us communicating this agenda for all the visitors. So, yeah.
I think it's also important to understand when talking about continuing with traditions and culture, especially here in Lithuania, we often talk that the importance of seasonal, local and traditional food when fighting climate change is very important actually. And sometimes we have to remind people that looking back at your traditions, at your culture, what your grandparents ate, how you lived, how you moved, how the transport was built, it's something that actually is very sustainable, and we can find a lot of inspiration in that. It's not something to move away from probably, so I think it's very much related with sustainability. So moving with this question, how do you connect your town's culture traditions with the green leaf and sustainability?
You just mentioned something about food. In Treviso, we have a lot of community gardens, and there are a lot of citizens that apply to use the land and to cultivate their own vegetables. And what we are shifting is to bring the schools and brings the students in these gardens and make these people to talk about the nature, show the kids how things grow naturally on the season. And we also have some bee place where there is the preservation of bees, and we bring students there to see how the bees live and what you can do. So it's the connection between older people, even intergenerational, because there are more older people that cultivate their own vegetable, and the transmission of their culture, the tradition to the students, and the importance of sustainability and respecting the time of the nature.
Yeah, in Viladecans is a farm. The farm and the agriculture is one of the was the most important activities in Viladecans, and now it's still one important activity because we are in the middle of the Llobregat Delta, the river delta, 15 kilometers to Barcelona. And some of the 5 ecosystems that we have in the municipality, one of them is the agriculture area, where we have the main diverse products, vegetables that is providing in the market of Viladecans and also in Barcelona. And so the traditions in this area and the green leaf are very connected because the farmers, for instance, they don't use pesticides, they use biological control of plagues. And in Viladecans, this modernity is also because we have own currency, the Villabat coin, that we get this money, this currency, by saving energies and creating energy by energy communities in the city by the Villabat project. And so you can go to the market to shop the local products in the farmer in Viladecans, buy this local coin. So tradition and actuality are merging in Viladecans, in the city. And so we are very proud because the farm now is more than 60% of the term is farm yet. So landscapes are very nice, very close to the airport, very close to the Barcelona city center. So we are in this way a rich municipality because tradition and modernity are mixing with the farmers and with the local products.
Amazing. I'll have to ask you one of my favorite questions as a moderator, as a journalist, so, especially when we talk about such big projects as Greenleaf or the Green Capital. There's a lot to be done, and sometimes there's a lot of challenges that organizations and municipalities face. But if you woke up tomorrow with the magic wand in your hand and you could change one thing, one beautiful, sustainable change in your city, what would you do and why? Yes. Anybody?
Me?
Yes, sure. If,
no, I'm still thinking.
I can give you. Oh, Jordi, please.
One thing
yes.
to change.
You can name 10 if you want. Wow. But one thing, yes, one thing that you could change or fix right there and now.
Okay, so these are many things, but only one thing, or the main thing, I think, it's the mission of to become carbon neutral by 2030. That is complicated, because to become a carbon neutral city, you need to apply to cut the emissions drastically, and so this is a change in the city and change with the relationship between the citizens and this public space. So to reduce emissions and to increase the capture of CO2. And so that means also to change and to increase and accelerate the greening of the city, for instance. So in this line, I would like to mention that probably one of the main projects that we are developing now until 2030 is that we are the pioneer city in Spain almost by applying the rule 330-300. That this rule means that every citizen in Viladecans, every person from the windows or from the door of the house, it is mandatory to see almost three trees. 1, 2, 3 trees, big trees or medium trees. The second rule, the 30, is that in a drone view, all the squares should be covered by 30% of trees. So that means that the trees should be a big canopy for increase the biodiversity, to create shallows, and to cool the city in summer. And the last number, the 300, is that at most at 300 meters from every house, every home, in Viladecans should be a big green area, at most 1 hectare. So we are developing this project with a very pioneer method, and we are in the line that I think in 2030 we will achieve this rule. That behind the rule is the lifestyle of the citizens. So maybe this is for me now the most ambitious project linked to the carbon neutral mission 2030.
It would be amazing if we woke up tomorrow and all of that was already true. So much work and so much energy to save, right? And a lot of citizens can participate. They just look through the window, count the trees, call the mayor. I only see 2 trees. That would make things a lot easier. Perhaps you ladies had time to think. What's the one thing you would change?
A very simple thing: no more cars in the city center of Winterswijk.
Great.
I think free public transportation. We are a commuting municipality, and that would mean a lot to bring down CO2 emissions.
Amazing.
As I said before, our big problem is air quality. So to have better air, but to reach this, we need to work on so many different levels. We are definitely working on planting trees. We have it's a strategy, it's called the New Green Deal, Treviso, and we're planning to plant in different phases over 30 hectares of new green areas. And the other aspect is to reduce CO2 emission, and it's through transportation, and even it's to make people and citizens to use private car less. And living in the south of Europe, this is possible. We are creating the condition to make this change possible, creating bike line and securing them. And we are trying to motivate our citizens to use much more public transport and bicycle to the city. So it's a big dream, and we're working on this.
Yes, although perhaps the magic wand won't appear, I'm pretty sure all of your goals will be achievable in the very near future. And finally, we're almost running out of time, but I still want to ask the question that I asked the previous participants, because for me it was very interesting to hear that one project that they're very proud of in their town. It can be very small, it can be very big. You mentioned already a few, but it can be something, you know, that you're just really, for you it's just really cool that you have it and you really enjoy it. So perhaps you can name one, and maybe it will inspire Vilnius administration to try and create something similar in Vilnius.
In Winterswijk, we used a part of the prize money to start an innovation fund. And that's nice because it came out this afternoon. We are not so creative, but we have several very creative people in Winterswijk, and they could launch their initiative with money from our fund.
Mm-hmm. Amazing.
I think our work mobilizing both citizens and businesses is what I'm most proud of. Before, we were very active doing climate action as a municipality ourselves, but now we're doing it together with all our citizens and businesses, and that's a big acceleration of the work, I think.
Of course, and also a very important part of a town. Town is the people, the municipality, the administration, of course, the businesses there that keep up the city going.
As I said before, we are trying to motivate people to shift to bicycle. So one of the projects that we are really proud is the Bike to Work project. We are promoting the use of bicycle or other sustainable means of transport to commute to work. And more they cycle, more they walk to work, more they earn points that they can use as a voucher in local store. And in this way, you know, you benefit the health, the environment, but even the local economy.
Beautiful.
Well, in Vilnius case, maybe the engagement of the citizens is also important for us, as I commented before. And now we are creating, linked to the Green Leaf City, the Green Leaf Funds in Vilnius. So now we are more than 100 people that I joined to become Green Leaf Funds. And this is not the final point, this is a starting point for us. So the Green Leaf Funds are motivated citizens that are growing up, I hope, fast. And so for us, this is the version 2.0 of the learning communities that we were in with the European project for the energy transition. And so I hope this is the seed for a better future in the city. And these Green Leaf Funds work to become a carbon neutral city and to become a more healthy city in the future or in the present.
Amazing. I want to thank all of you. I think it's very inspiring what your towns have done, and I think many people, when they hear about Vilnius becoming the green capital, they might think, oh, you know, yeah, of course, Vilnius is big. They've done already so much, but I think it's a great it proves that even smaller towns can do amazing things, sometimes even bigger and better things, and big capitals. And I think your cities are just a great proof of that. So I wish the best of luck with your projects, the 330, 300. I will keep that in mind. That's a great thing to remember. But with the rest of the projects, getting the free public transport, the clean air, no cars in the city center. So hopefully all of that will be achievable in the very near future. So I wish you the best of luck and keep inspiring other towns to be more sustainable. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you for those who stayed and listened to our inspiring session, The Path to the Greenest Cities. I'd like to thank all of you. My colleague is already here, so I'll give the microphone to you, and we'll see you at the networking session.
Yeah, Rugila, but before you leave the stage, I would like to ask, what is your takeaways from today's excellent, interesting, inspiring day?
I'd say the most important part, and I think I will remember, is to have fun. I think we have to be proud of the status that we achieved, and there's a long path, and there's very great things that we still have to do, but we have to already be proud of what Vilnius has achieved. So I think that's the main goal and idea.
I also have one. And I've learned that from Frederick, who said that we need to be more creative.
Yes.
And nothing is impossible, only impossible takes a bit longer, right?
Yes, also that.
And talking about the fun, people would like always have fun. So that is why, on behalf of the mayor and municipality, we would like to invite you for evening reception at 7 p.m. at the Museum of Energy and Technology. Will you come?
Of course, I'll be there dancing with everybody.
Absolutely, and we're gonna have a Tesla coil show, and this is absolutely fantastic because in Lithuania we have the biggest Tesla coils in the Baltics.
For those who haven't been, it's amazing. You have to see it. It's amazing.
Absolutely. So the door opens at 7 p.m. and evening reception starts at 7:30. So meet you there. Many thanks for coming today here. And once again, let's hear a round of applause to Vilnius.
Woo! Thank you.
Thank you. See you there.